must be on your feet as you are not exempted from the national anthem of these countries. Please begin the national anthem of Team Nigeria. Thank you for honoring the anthem of the both countries. The request is for attention for the ICC anti-wrestling code. ICC would like to inform players, managers, spectators not to engage in any conduct, act towards or speak to any player, umpire, referee or other official or other spectators in a manner which offends, insults, humiliates,
Good morning and welcome. Morning and welcome to match day 8, game 15, the final game of the ICC Under-19 Men's World Cup Africa Qualifiers between Nigeria and Uganda. Earlier today, my colleague Bob was in the middle for the toss. And here's the back in play. Nigeria is starting. Uganda won the toss and they are in the batting crease. Nigeria is starting. First ball dot. This guy a ball.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our match day 8, game number 15, the last game of the ICC Under-19 Men's World Cup Africa Qualifier, live here at the Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos. It is, of course, a beautiful Sunday. As, of course, earlier at the toss, Olipa Gerald, the captain of Team Uganda, the Baby Cranes, are winning the toss and deciding to have a bat fast, looking to score anything above 130 to stand a chance, of course, of registering their second win in the tournament and, of course, win and take the bragging rights between these two. Uganda taking on the host team Nigeria, whereas, of course, their opponents, they are also in desperate need of their second win. They keep the scoreboard ticking at these two. The openers, Olipa Gerald, the captain himself, and Kidega Christopher, this time round being promoted up front. It is the duo of the experienced Ugandans taking matters into their hands. Coming, of course, back of that loss, the defeat against Team Namibia. Namibia, where they won by 120 DL method. Down the leg side on that occasion from Abdulaziz, the new man in, shot number 69. First time we're seeing Ismail coming in from the Court of Appeal end from the junior yellow greens. He has a third man fine leg, two fielders outside the ring. There's a slip in play. Karim Gaffer and a second slip, interestingly, if not a gully. Of course, Team Nigeria coming into this game after that big win against Team Sierra Leone. It's going to be an interesting game here. Playing for pride, of course. It's going to be key to see who takes the bragging rights between these two. Already moving at 4.5 is Team Uganda. 2 deliveries to come in the first over of the game. As I welcome my co-commentator, Peter, welcome in the commentary box. Good morning.
Good morning, Bob. It's lovely to be here. As much as this tournament has been interesting, we've seen a lot of nice games here. We've seen teams come and chase, and seeing it end so quickly, it's one of the things about life. Good things and bad things, and a fine tournament is coming to its final game, and we see Abdulaziz getting the ball to bowl. Then, Bob, do you think that the reason why the partnership of Ukasha and Ismail was broken because there's nothing to fight for anymore? The fate has already been decided.
It's always nice to try out everyone in the 14 players, of course. One of the reasons, of course, that man Abdulaziz is into the side. Down the leg again, struggling with his line and length up front. And again, when you talk about Abdulaziz being into the side on the last game, we've seen a couple of teams changes where that man Dupra came in and made a statement for his side, the Team Tanzania, the champions, of course. Full on the occasion, loud appeal. And the umpire says not out, says Percival Cesara. Very good comeback indeed from Abdulaziz.
He's been putting too many swings behind the ball and putting the ball at the wrong angle. This time, he actually put it in line with the wicket. The ball came towards the batter's pad, but was still swinging away from it. It was the right call there by the umpire. He's gone to the leg side way too many times. If he's going to keep swinging those balls, he needs to keep it on the stumps. Putting it at the middle stump is actually taking the ball to the leg side, and now he's giving out 4 extras. And we're still in the first over of this game.
Not a good start indeed for the junior yellow greens and that man Abdulaziz. Given, of course, the way the pitchers have been playing here at the TBS, you don't want to leak a lot of runs in the power play. Soft hands there from that man, Devansh Patel. I beg your pardon, that wasn't Christopher Kidega. And of course, with that dot ball, we come to the end of the first. It is 7-0, Team Uganda. As we have a look at the team list of Team Uganda, led by that man, the captain, Olipa Gerard. Abdulaziz Tandia has been very handy with his left-arm orthodox. Balidawa Ali, Devansh Patel, that man out there in the middle batting with the captain, Kidega Christopher. He will be coming in the middle order for Team Uganda. Neuro Jonathan, Torera Richard, Musa Majid Ramadan, Ochen Peter. He's been very handy with his late contributions. Conrad Rubama and Jordan Okecho, as Peter will take us through the Nigerian side.
Quickly running into the Nigerian side, Aziz Wariz, who's been one of the best bowlers in this tournament, is still in the lineup, as well as Kenneth Boniface. Bo Unity is still in. Olusegun Joseph, Ramon Ali, who is the wicketkeeper Batman, Ukasha Isiaku, who did an open bowling to the Abdul Ganiyu Abdullahi, Egimasi Pekulia, Ozana, who's been a mainstay since coming back into the starting lineup, and Karim Gafar, Abdulaziz Okpeyemi, and Ladejo Imano.
Full on the occasion, driven powerfully past that man at point. They will scamper for yet another single. They keep the scoreboard ticking as these Ugandan baby cranes, Olipa Gerard and Devansh Patel.
Abdulaziz came in as a replacement for Ismaila. He bowled the first expensive over, and now Okasha is actually starting off strong. No extras yet, but run conceded. We're seeing too many swings ball now. I don't know why they decided to come with the swing bowling this time around. Abdulaziz came with every single ball he bowled was a swing and had too many swings behind it. Okasha has bowled 2 balls so far, and it's obvious that those balls have been swinging in.
But again, you will feel for Karim Gaffer, the captain of the host. He lost the toss. He was given, of course, to ball first. Earlier the toss, he mentioned how he wants to utilize the conditions up front, try and see if his best bowlers can get the ball to move around. I think it's outside edge, straight to that man, a third man. They keep the scoreboard ticking. And you will feel for Okasha and Abdulaziz. They are trying to get that movement up front with a new cherry in hand. Try and see if they can break this partnership as soon as possible. Pick up 2 wickets in the power play. Of course, without leaking a lot of runs where they would stand a chance. So yesterday, Team Namibia breaking the shackles of the team chasing here at the Tafawa Balewa Square, winning comfortably, beating by 4 wickets Team Kenya. Into the body this time round, a flicked from that man, the captain, who has a strike rate over 100. Looks to be in fine touch is Olipa Gerard. He's been looking for a big score. He got, of course, a 20 in the other game against Team Sierra Leone. They would love him to get to convert the 20s into the big 50s or even more. He is capable, of course, we know that. Oliver Gerard. They would love to finish high, as the coach Isaneza Emmanuel mentioned.
Yeah, Gerard has not had a very good tournament in terms of batting, but against Sierra Leone, he came out strong. And look at the Nigerian side. You know that Nigeria is the only team in this tournament that did not win a toss.
Again, into the body flicked onto the onside. Pick up yet another single at these two. Already into 11 runs on board for Team Uganda. Looking very solid at these two, Devansh Patel and Oliver Gerard.
The runs are coming in simple. They are not even doing too much. The run rate is very, very comfortable at this point.
Up against that man who picked up the first fifer in the ICC U19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier, Ukasha Isiaku. Soft hands again, touch and go, but his partner says, hold your horse, skipper. And of course, with that dot ball, we come to the end of the second. It is 11 for not Team Uganda. And of course, it's going to be that man being given his second over. He removes that man at second slip, putting him at gully. You would feel he's going to attack at the top of off. Try and see if he can threaten that outside edge of Devansh Patel, one of the players with the best techniques. Soft hands down the leg side, same result.
He needs to get control on that hand and get control on that swing. He's not really doing that right now. In the first over was very, very expensive, giving away 4 extras. Now he's starting off the second over. If he wants to actually bowl more overs in this game, he needs to cover up on the extras and bowl wicket to wicket.
And this will be the moment where this young man, Abdulaziz, who's struggling to get his line and length, try and come round the wicket and see if he can target that off stump. Driven down the ground, but straight to that man at mid-off. The umpires, of course, today, Steve Harris and Percival Cesara, starting in our last game of the tournament. Moving at a very good rate is Team Uganda, 5.5. Full on the occasion, flicked final. The chase is on by the fielder at mid-wicket. But the ball will win the race as Team Uganda gets their first boundary, courtesy of that man, Devansh Patel. Taking a liking on that full toss of Abdulaziz into the body. Very good technique.
Had worries on the chase. Don't know what you come and bowl those kind of balls early in the game. It's actually you bowling to the wicket and the batters of Uganda are having struggles. They're struggling with. And then you come in and then you look at that ball again. There was no reason at all why you should actually go that high in terms of going that full. And then all the batter just had to do was just feed on the pace and just redirect the ball towards his leg side.
One of those days where the experiments, of course, never pay off. Not sure why he's trying to bowl into the body. He has 2 men at slips. Soft hands again from Devansh Patel. Much better line and length there from Abdulaziz.
Seems his strength is bowling off the stumps, and he should try and keep up with that. Hopefully the Ugandans don't take up in time to start scoring runs off that offside.
Offside it is, you mentioned it earlier. It is the game in the power play, especially from the pace bowlers.
Hasn't really been played for any of the good balls he's bowled so far since the first over. He's come now and he's bowled 3 balls to the wicket, two of the stumps, and he's not been scored off any. The last one he came at, which he experimented with, he got punished for it. He's found his line now. He's trying to maintain that. He has to maintain that going forward.
Change of pace knocks him over straight away. Outfoxing him. Look at him telling the captain, I told you. I got this as he gets the first blood over the baby cranes. Being deceived by that late cutter from Abdulaziz. Going for a big bombing driver, leaving that gap between bat and pad. First wicket down for Team Uganda. It is 16 for 1 after 2.5.
Uganda look to have been strong. They look to have been playing very well. And you look at that ball again. Look at the line. That ball, that pitch was definitely off the stumps. Very lovely swing. I think Divash Patel felt very confident. He was not expecting that swing. He wasn't expecting that swing of the ball, and that ball just cuts in. A leg cutting ball. Straight to the stumps. It's that follow wickets. Now look at this.
Let's have a look at the picture. You can see it is a little bit dry. But I'll tell you there's some patches of grass there where, of course, the opening bowlers need to utilize and try and get some leg movement. But again, when the sun comes out, those cracks are going to open up where spinners are going to play a very big part in this particular fixture. Of course, we had some showers in the morning, but they didn't do any damage on the pitch. A big, of course, good job from the production team. 1 wicket down in the power play. Exactly what the doctor ordered for, despite, of course, losing his line and length. He's made sure he outfoxes the Divash Patel with that late cutter. And the new man in is going to be Sohera Richard. Left hand, right hand combination up front for Team Uganda. One of the batsmen, of course, who is looking for a big score. He would love to finish on a high. Is Sohera Richard. Very talented player he is. 2 slips in play for Abdulaziz. The sun, of course, is coming out. The clouds are clearing here at Tafawa Balewa Square. Match day 8, game number 15 of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. Already Tanzania are the champions. Finishing unbeaten. Outclassing every team in this tournament. What a tournament we've had here. Of course, 6 half centuries if I'm not mistaken. And 4 coming from the Tanzanians. That shows you how dominant they have been.
Yeah, we even saw the jinx on this ground broken as Namibia came from behind in the second innings and actually won the game here for the very first time. Kenya was the first team to do that at the Unilag pitch, and then they were the first team here to actually lose after batting in the first innings.
Edged, not taking that second sleeper. He gets off the back. Is Sohera Richard. Very casual in that shot. And of course, with that single down to third man, we come to the end of the third over. That would have been 2 wickets down. He lives to die another day. Is Sohera Richard. It is 17 for 1 after 3. Team Uganda. Kasha will continue from the pavilion end with 8 scalps in this tournament with an economy rate of 3. Of course, Karim Gaffer, the captain of the Junior Yellow Greens, would love that man, shot number 88, to pick up a wicket or 2 inside the power play. coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Right on the money. Well played again from Sohair. Richard getting behind the line of the ball, using his full face.
Ukasha hasn't really picked up much wickets since his fiver. You know, in the last 3 games, he's picked up just 3 more wickets, taking his total to 8 wickets. Getting more wickets here, you know, and probably getting into double figures for Nigeria will actually be very, very motivating for him.
Leg by signal there by that man, Stephen Harris. Very good awareness from the captain, Olipa Gerard, making sure he keeps the junior yellow greens in check. Keeping it at too low on that occasion from Ukasha Isiaku. A little bit wideish on that occasion. I would love to see him targeting that middle stump and off. We saw him picking up, of course, that fifer. Most of his wickets coming as bowled. If he keeps bowling it straight, of course, you remember you're going to be bringing the LB into play and being bowled up against Olipa Gerard, the man who is very strong on the offside. Into the pass again. They sneak in for yet another single at these two. Not very agile are the fielders inside the ring for Team Nigeria, letting these singles go easily.
Well, Bob, we have to recognize that most of the singles were mostly wides and byes, and not too many runs have been clicking, as if most of the runs have come from balls going behind. So I think the field setting in front of the batters have been really, really active in terms of covering down on any goose chase.
Into the board again. They'll keep milking these singles in the power play are these Ugandans.
Honestly, don't know what Ukasha is looking for on the leg side, knowing he doesn't have any fine leg fielder.
And again, looking at the way he has bowled the 3 previous deliveries where Team Uganda have picked up singles, of course. I'm not sure why he's not sticking to what worked for him in the previous games, which is attacking the stumps up front, trying to hit the deck hard on this occasion, making it very easy for the baby cranes. Left alone by Olipa Gerard. And of course, with that dot ball, we come to the end of the 4th. It is 20 for 1, moving at 5 runs and over is Team Uganda.
Yeah, back from the Court of Appeal end is the man who got a wicket in his previous over. Abdulaziz Okpayemi has been entrusted with the ball once more, redeeming himself for more the extras. He's actually bowled in the first overs. He got them a very crucial wicket, and the captain has entrusted him to come and take another. And the person who gets to face him first is none other than Sohera Richard.
A pitch, but there is a fielder at mid offer for Sohera Richard, as they all settle for yet another single at these two. They keep the scoreboard ticking.
It's one of those left arm, right arm batter, situations where the field setting have to rotate every time there is a run in between wickets.
Again, as a smart captain, you're gonna get rid of that left-hander. So yeah, Richard, think outside the box. He has a man with a very good economy rate of 1.6 in Aziz Wariz. Given that he can be bowling it into the left-hander, set a field for him and try and see if Aziz Wariz, I beg your pardon, can pick up that left-hander in Sohail Richard. We haven't seen, of course, Team Nigeria using spinners in the power play. Into the pads. Not enough timing on that occasion from Olipa Gerald, but they was camper for yet another single. See, the intentions are clear from the baby cranes that they know every single run matters, and especially given that they're still in the power play with only 2 fielders outside the ring. If they can get anything close to 45 inside the first power play, I believe they'll get to that 130 plus, as the captain said at the toss. Brings in.
I have to agree with you on that one, Bob. As long as they can get that, they will actually score more runs. But it all depends on how the wickets fall. Nigeria need to make sure that the wickets keep falling and ticking.
Change of pace again from Abdulaziz. Trying out a lot of variations up front. We've seen him, of course, that leg cutter that got them their first wicket of Devansh Patel. He has that second slip. He's been brought back.
I think the left hand batting is working to his benefit, because we've seen him go down the leg side for right-hander batters, and now coming against the left-hand batter is putting that ball there, and Sohail Richard is finding difficulty in playing.
Taking his time, of course, is Sohail. He is looking for a big score. He would love to finish on a high. Change of pace again, beats the outside edge on that occasion. He saw the full ball there, and his eyes lit up trying to play it over the infielder. Let's have a look at that on the replay again. Change of pace again. Not near, not getting out that leg. Closer to the ball. And of course, with that dot ball, a very good over from Abdulaziz. Takes us to 22 for 1 after 5. Looks like they're going to be a bowling change in that man. Shot number 11, Unity, coming in from the pavilion end. Of course, he will be replacing Ukasha. I'm not sure why he's been put out of the attack. He was bowling, of course, some tidy lines with a lot of pace to the batsman. Sticking to the same field of Ukasha is Unity.
Starts with an extra, a very big extra, way out of the batter's reach. Ogo Unity, as it is coming now, is replaced Ukasha, who had fine bowling spell. Both the first 2 overs, very, very lovely. And if he wants to break that partnership and wants to get more ball going forward, he needs to stop doing. Very good length just above the bats. Gerard Olipa swings below the ball. Luckily doesn't edge it into the gloves of the wicket keeper.
Not very good foot movement on that occasion from Gerard Olipa. The ball was there for the taking. Oh, good line there. Beating that outside edge. Pace owner from that man Unity. He's been very handy, of course, with the ball in hand, picking up a couple of wickets in the tournament. Flicked weight, a very loud call from the captain. Of course, given that he has hit that powerfully straight to the man at mid-on. Played again now on the back foot is Olipa Gerald. It's a game of patience, focus. Of course, the Ugandans would love to see that man, Olipa Gerald, who came into this tournament in a very good form. After, of course, that series they played with Team Tanzania. Getting 100 plus runs in that series, and then he went on to play the bat ball. Max X, first of its own, contributing for his side, of course. He's got to go back at home and work on his batting in the air on that occasion. Drop shot at Aziz Wariz. I'm not sure why he didn't chip in a diver. Very casual in the fielder from the Nigerians. And of course, without dot ball, we come to the end of the 6th over. It is 23 for 1. We'll have to have a look at that previous delivery. Looked very casual is Aziz Wariz. And it has been the story for the Nigerians. Not picking up those chances up front. Allowing the batsmen to take their time, analyzing the pitch. And they've ended up hurting the junior yellow greens. Again. Hard hands there from Olipa Gerald. He lives to die another day yet again from another Ugandan batsman. No spin again from the junior yellow greens. Sticking to pace up front in the power play. Change of pace again. Straight to that man, Aziz Wariz, who chips in a diver to deny them for the second run.
He didn't dare to take that catch, but definitely went down to stop this ball. No catch taken, but run wasn't prevented either. Aziz has been very consistent with going to the ground.
Change of pace again, beats that man. Raymond Ali, the wicketkeeper, once again leaking runs behind the stumps. They always say a wicketkeeper has to be the engine of the side, but that man has made sure he has leaked a lot of runs behind the stumps, despite, of course, contributing that 50 in the first game. He's looked to be shell-shocked in the rest of the games. Full again doesn't get the treatment deserved from that man. Sorry, Richard, not getting his timing right. He's looked to be struggling with his technique after facing, of course, 11 deliveries for his 4 runs. They would love the Baby Cranes and Team Uganda to utilize that left-hand, right-hand combination up front. Build a partnership, something they've been lacking in their previous games. Into the pads again, struggling is Abdulaziz. A lot of extras up front for the junior yellow greens. They'll hope, of course, in this last game that they don't come back to haunt them in the chase.
Yeah, if you want to win a game like this, you have to make sure that it is not, you don't lose by a 4, you lose by putting everything you have on the line. Right now, Nigeria is making it very easy for Uganda, giving them extras, giving them freebies, and putting the balls at playable lengths. You do not want to give out that. Uganda will actually make use of it, and we're still in the first inning. Kenya broke the jinx yesterday, but Nigeria need to do better. Make sure the score is low so that they can chase it like Namibia did yesterday.
Very true, but again, when you look at the scoring rate of Team Uganda, closing to that 4 runs and over, which makes it 200 plus. We all know 200 is a very big total on this particular ground here at the TBS. I would love to see some spin from the Nigerians. Try and slow down the scoring rate. Batting way ahead of his batting crease is Sohela Richard. Down the leg side again. He is doing it for them. They're not getting the singles off the blade. Abdulaziz has made sure he gives them those extras. Coming in very handy. 27 for 1 after 6.4. If they get to 45 plus runs in the first power play, 10 overs to be precise, without losing any other wicket, it gives again a very good momentum for the Ugandans, given that they have Christopher Kidega, Jonathan Nyero out there padded up. They can come in and capitalize on the start, of course, being given by the openers, led by that man, Olipa Gerald, who's yet to get into the groove, of course. We all know the damage he can possess to the opposition side. If he stays out there at the crease, big question here for the Ugandans is going to be who's going to occupy the crease more.
Yes, at this point, I think what the batters of Uganda have to do is just try and stay there as long as possible. Nigeria's giving out 12 extra so far. And look, let's quickly run into the bowling scorecard. Look at Abdulaziz Okoyemi is the only one who's taking out a wicket, but giving out the most runs so far in 3.5 overs bowled.
Interesting there, Raymond Ali stepping up for the paceman. Change of pace goes big. Save your legs, young man. Stand and deliver. Kind of shot from Sohail and Richard, breaking the shackles. Lovely shot down the ground, picking up that leg cutter. His eyes lit up, flashing hard. No chance whatsoever for that man at mid-off. They get their second boundary. Is Team Uganda. They get to 31 for 1 after 7 overs. Much needed boundary there from Team Uganda and Sohail Richard. Unity is going to be bowling from the pavilion end. His second over started off giving out only 1 run. Very tidy over to start with. He puts in that man at Gali region. He has a fine leg, deep third man. Backward pointer. A lot of fielders on the off stump, on the offside, I beg your pardon. Soft hands there from Gerard Olipa, who's been kept a little bit quiet.
Unity just needs to bowl wicket to wicket and line to line. The last over, that is first over, the only run he gave out was the extra, and since then he bowled 6 very lovely balls that were dotted. He started off now, still a dotted ball going forward. Olipa Gerald wants to run off that ball, but couldn't play beyond the fielder covers.
Again, when you look at the field on the offside here, most of the fielders at covers is at the 30-yard mark, and whereas same as the fielder at mid-off, I would love to see him drop and run. Goes for the big cut shot again, beats the outside edge, pace on from Unity.
He's been hitting that ball hard on the deck and giving that ball extra bounce, putting the ball, making the ball come close to the batter's chest. Olipa Gerald has not done pretty well in terms of dealing with those kind of balls, as he's let those balls pass him by easily. He's probably maybe trying to build momentum, I can't say.
Soft hands again from Gerald Olipa. Straight to that man at point. Interesting to see Gerald Olipa missing out. Balls ball at him at the offside. He is very strong in that particular region. He would love to get, of course, 1 boundary to get things going. Well, nearly taking out the outside edge of Olipa Gerald. Not the best techniques and ways of living a delivery there.
Oof. In Gerald's defense, well, I would say he's not had a very good tournament so far. So he will want to stay there as long as he possibly can. And it's the first maiden of this innings, and Ugbo Unity kickstarts that as we end the 8th over. It's 31 on the board still for Uganda after 1 wicket lost.
31 for 1 after 8 is what the scoreboard reads. With no surprise, we've been asking for a spinner. It looks like it's that man who's been given the cherry. Manuel, of course. Oladejo coming in from the Court of Appeal end. Very good move, I reckon, here from Karim Gaffer, the captain. Gonna try out all your bowlers up front to see who has that golden arm to pick your wickets. Who's gonna take pride? Who's gonna take the bragging rights between these two? Given, of course, that 3 teams are gonna be relegated to Div 2. Already we have a champions in Tanzania. Undefeated. Making it to the World Cup for the very first time. Came in from day one, all guns blazing. Putting on, of course, collective performances from bowlers, batsmen. You would tell how much it meant to them qualifying to the World Cup.
It meant a lot to them, and it meant a lot to Africa as well, because we know that the best, we're sending the best, the team who's proven that they deserve to be there. They didn't go there by invitation. They went there through, where every step of the way from the Division 2 qualifiers, going on beating there and coming here, going on beating here as well. We expect a top performance from them, and we know they are going to give it to us.
In the air this time round, catches the call and the catch is taken. The change in the bowling brings them their second wicket. Is Junior Yellow Greens. It took them 8.3 overs to realize that spinners have been dominating on these particular pitches. Flighted on that occasion, goes for a big booming heave. Gets the top edge straight to that man at point, who takes a very easy catch to dismiss, of course, that man, Sohail Richard, who's been put out of his misery after facing 17 for his 8 runs. It is 31 for 2 after 8.3. Team Uganda.
Yeah, Abdul Ghani has been very, very sharp wherever he's been put on the field. Any side the ball comes to him airborne, he's made sure he's held on to that ball tight. Since coming in, he gets the ball, he bowls, he gets his wicket. On the field, he is sharp and energetic as he can be. Look at that ball again. So Richard wanted to go big, just played it directly to the backward point hands, and Abdul Ghani made no mistake holding on to that ball. Uganda down another wicket in the power play. We still haven't seen the likes of Abdul Varis coming on, but we've not seen Abdul Ghani himself come in and turn that ball. It's only a matter of time before we see more and more wickets fall to the prowess of the pace of the speed of the Nigerian side.
Talk about how other teams they've been trying out using a pace from the other end and spin, but this time round Karim Gaffer realizing that, allowing Emmanuel to pick up his first wicket and the second for the Junior Yellow Greens. Much needed wicket, breaking this pedestrian partnership up front. Coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Not enough timing. A very easy catch from that man Aziz Wariz at point. Look at the celebration. Tells you how big that wicket was. Getting rid of that combination, left hand and right combination. Fall again on that occasion to the new man in, Abdulaziz Tandia. Boys have come up from that push academy back in Uganda, led by that man, the assistant coach of the national team, Jackson Ogwang, making sure he keeps producing players. There you have a look at the ground staff led by that man, the ICC, Martin Ondeko, man who've been putting in a very fantastic job to make sure we get the best of outfield and pitches to play on in this ICC Under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier.
And it's back-to-back meeting for Nigeria as well. Dan did with the last over bringing forth another wicket, and it's still 31 on the board after 9 overs, 2 wickets lost for Uganda.
Back-to-back maidens, and of course that wicket from Oladejo starting off with a maiden wicket. Into the pads, loud appeal by the umpire Stephen Harris says It is a wide. Trying to flick it where, of course, he knows the fielder at fine leg is a little bit wider on that occasion, knowing anything that clips the inside blade of his Oliver Gerrard will run away to the boundary. Last over of the power play. They would love to finish on a high. Can they get 8+ runs in this over? Soft hands, well played on the onside. They take on that man. Aziz Wariz looking for the second one. Very sloppy again from Aziz Wariz. He's been very casual. Missed out, of course, that of Oliver Gerrard not chipping in a dive, and this time round into the pads. Very good technique guiding it on the onside. Sloppy trying to go for the pick and throw instead of trying to collect the ball first. Got it. Full again on that occasion. Plays it straight to covers. Is Oliver Gerrard.
Warriors needs to recognize that there are more than one side to cricket. There are more than two, rather. Even after batting or bowling, you still have to field, and he needs to understand that every rule must be done perfectly.
Good comeback there from Unity, threatening the outside edge. Top of off, kind of line and length. He wants, of course, to finish on a high in the power play. Not going for more than those 3 rounds already. Cut away this time round, up and over that man at pointer. He breaks the shackles. Either Oliver Gerrard getting his fast boundary. We spoke about how strong he is on the offside, and this time round he has made Unity pay the price with an offer on the occasion. Flashes big. No chance whatsoever for that man who was at pointer, allowing the ball to go all the way to the boundary. Move to 38 in 9.4. 7 runs, of course, coming off his last over of the power play. I spoke about how can they get to that 8+ runs in this over. They're just 1 run away.
Unity puts Gerrard in a very comfortable position. He gave that ball too much distance before the batter. Gerrard, seeing the ball, seeing the pitch, had enough time to decide where he was going to play that ball to, and he did a very good job in taking that ball to the boundary.
Well played again, straight to that man at backward point. And of course, with that boundary, they remove the second slip. I beg your pardon, the first slip in Karim Gaffer. Coming at backward point. Interesting, they have 2 fielders at point. Last ball to come in the power play. Of course, we won't be alone here in the commentary box. We have that man who's done a tremendous job in this tournament. At the outside edge, beats that man, the wicket keeper again, Raymond Ali, allowing the ball to go all the way to the boundary. Make that 11 runs coming off the last over of the power play. Much needed. Look at that on the replay, full on that occasion.
And now Uganda can relax and play. The end of the power play, and a very fruitful power play for Uganda. It's 42 on the board for just 2 wickets lost. Looking at the batting scorecard, Gerard Olipa, the batter and the captain of this side, since coming in, has played double figures, not out. His partner Divosh Patel went out for 7 of 12 balls faced. So Richards got caught after trying to go big. Abdulaziz Standia, still the partner, currently partnering with Oliver Gerrard, hasn't gotten a run yet on the board after 2 balls faced.
Very fantastic over there from the Baby Cranes to end the power play, getting 11 runs off it, led by that man, of course, the captain, getting back-to-back boundaries. Down the ground, driven straight to that man at mid off, run out chance, direct it, and the finger is up on that occasion. It's that man once again, Boniface. It's the man you don't want to take on inside the ring, as Abdulaziz Tandia has run himself out. It was his call, running to the danger end. Lovely shot straight into the hands. I am not sure why he was in a hurry to take on that man who's been very fantastic. Look at that, breaking the middle stump into 2 halves. Shows you the energy he had in that throw to get their 3rd wicket right after the power play. Uganda loses their 3rd.
That ball went. Look, Boniface was actually very aggressive with that throw. The team is very aggressive. They really want this victory, and this is just the proof of it with the power behind that ball. Now we have a broken stump and a wicket fall.
And of course, with that wicket, the third one, it is 42 for 3 after 10.1. We'll be having a change in the commentary box as we allow a man who's watched most of the games from the Unilag Oval, Mr. Ehosa, to join us here and tell us a thing or two about Unilag Oval. As we have a look again, flighted delivery there, very good shot. Unnecessarily running from Tandia, running himself out. The man, as I was saying, who's watched a lot of games from the Unilag, he knows a thing or two on how to differentiate the wickets and the outfield. Welcome, Mr. Ehosa, a man who played for the U19 of Nigeria. Welcome in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Bob. It's a delight here this morning at the Tafawa Balewa Square Ground, where Team Nigeria is taking on the Baby Queens of Uganda. The games at the University of Lagos Cricket Ground ended yesterday with Team Tanzania picking up their last victory and going unbeaten at the ongoing ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Qualifier African Division. The Unilag Cricket Ground has been so good in this tournament, as the highest total for the ground came from Team Tanzania, who put up a score of 179 yesterday against the Sierra Leone side, and also just 10 runs different from the highest runs so far at the Tafawa Balewa Square Ground, where Team Tanzania also put up a 189 run score against the Ugandan side. And also the lowest score so far from the Unilag Cricket Ground was 68 by the team Sierra Leone side against Nigeria at the ongoing ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup, compared to the 32 put up by Team Nigeria against Tanzania at the Tafawa Balewa Square Ground. I'll say the pitch at the University of Lagos Cricket Ground have been doing so well in this tournament. So far, so good.
You had it loud and clear from that man, Ehosa. Into the body, flicked straight to that man at shot fine leg. The escape for a single as Kidega Christopher gets off the mark in style. This should be the moment now. Olipa Gerald, the experienced, who is already now into the 15s, back-to-back boundaries in that previous over, alongside Christopher Kidega, another talented and experienced player. Plays it to the back foot, lovely shot down the grounder, picking up that man at long on. They keep the scoreboard ticking, giving away only 2 runs, picking up a team wicket as it came in a run out in the first over right after the power play. It is 45 for 3 after 11. Let's have a look at the first wicket there, being outfoxed by that leg cutter of Abdul Aziz. And of course the second wicket, Sawyer Richard trying to play across the line. Given the way, of course, the pitch has been spinning, ending up chipping an easy catch at point. And the run out from that man, Abdul Aziz Tandia, a very good shot down the ground, straight to the hands of Boniface, who made no mistake getting rid of Abdul Aziz Tandia with that bull's eye. The third umpire, of course, Andrew Law, had to come in with an extra stamp, courtesy of that man. It's going to be that man, Aziz Wariz, shot number 8. A man who spins the web for Team Nigeria, left-arm orthodox, coming in from the pavilion end. He has picked up 8 wickets in the tournament with an economy rate of 1.3. That shows you how tidy he has been in his overs. Running his overs very quickly, not giving the batsman a lot of time to play him out. He has a slip in play. And the gully, full on the derogation, driven straight to that man at short covers, is Olipa Gerald. He has a long on and a long off and a deep extra cover. Those are the boundary riders for Aziz Wariz, left-arm orthodox. Full again. Not enough timing, straight to that man at point.
Abdulaziz Wariz have been outstanding in this tournament with the ball and the bat. The young man from the Government College Ibadan Cricket Club of Nigeria puts up a solid partnership between Egemesi Peculiar with Egemesi Peculiar at the University of Lagos Cricket Ground against the Sierra Leone side to bring Nigeria to the highest batting total so far in this tournament at the University of Lagos Cricket Ground. Solid young man with the bat and the ball turns the ball away from the right-hand batters. Wonderful delivery there from Aziz Waris coming from the pavilion end. Conceded just 1 run so far in this over.
A pitch on the occasion. I will pick that man in the deep extra cover. And they will end his first over is Aziz Waris, giving away only 2 runs. It is 47 for 3 after 12, edging closer to that 50-run mark is Team Uganda, moving at a very good rate of 3.9. It's going to be a very interesting passage of play for the Ugandans and the Junior Yellow Greens. Who's going to win the next phase, given that now the field is spread. We're going to see more spin coming into play.
Yeah, the young man Oladejo Emmanuel have been outstanding so far for Team Nigeria in this tournament. We picked up the player of the match award in the last game against Sierra Leone. We picked up 4 wickets in 10 overs and conceded 24 runs. He has picked up 1 wicket this morning at the Tafawa Balewa Square Ground. He has been outstanding with the ball and does 2 with the bats at the end. Team Nigeria will be looking at securing their second victory, while the Team Uganda side also, and that's up in the air. The chance created, and he's taking it. Peculiar Egemasi, the young man from the inside part of Nigeria, picked the catch, and it's Oladejo. He has picked his second wicket today. A standing performance from the young man. Picked up 4 wickets at Unilag in their last game against Sierra Leone, and has picked up the second today at the Tafawa Balewa Square Ground.
There you have it on the replay. Another batsman falling cheaply to the spinners. Oladejo picking up his second, being deceived, of course, is Christopher Kidega trying to play a leggy against the turn, and he has paid the price. Is Christopher Kidega, who has had a tournament that we will forget for a long time, coming Cranes as one of the experienced players, playing it across the line, holding out to that one man in the deep. Peculiar, who takes a very easy catch, make that 4 wickets down. It is 47 runs on board. Olipa Gerard, the captain, is still out there in the middle, holding forth for his team. 17 off 35. But in no time, we're into the middle of the batsmen for the Baby Cranes once again, giving away wickets cheaply. Spoke about how it's going to be very interesting to see who wins this phase. Right after the power play, we know the field is spread, and Christopher Kidega being the first to fall into the trap of the Junior Yellow Greens, holding out in the deep. It's going to be Nero Jonathan, another experienced player, up with his captain there, Olipa Gerard.
Nero Jonathan in his last game scored 16 runs. Was so good there for the Team Uganda side in their last game. The young man is meeting his captain, Olipa Gerard. Olipa Gerard has been astounding this morning at the Tafawa Balewa Square Ground. He has scored 17 off 35 balls. Hasn't scored enough so far in this tournament. The Uganda captain will be looking at finishing strong on the final day at the Tafawa Balewa Square with some runs behind him. Beautiful forward defensive there from the new man in Nyiru Jonathan. Oladejo Emmanuel will keep asking questions. He's on his third over this morning at the Tafawa Balewa Square. Picked 2 wickets and just conceded 3 runs.
Chopped it on. Is Nero Jonathan going on the back foot, allowing that inside edge to take a liking. Very good bowling there from Oladejo, picking up his second in the over. Very sharp turn on that occasion, not enough timing there on the back foot. 5 wickets down. Already halfway. The wickets of the Baby Cranes for just 47 runs on board. Magical figures there from that man Oladejo. He was given the ball at the 8th over and made sure he picked up a wicket on the very first over, a maiden wicket. And he is now just one ball away to pick up yet another maiden wicket for his side. Spoke about how spinners have been dominating on the Tafawa Balewa square, and the spinners Oladejo has picked up 3 so far with 1 delivery to come. Olipa Gerard again stranded on the other end, watching most of the actions from his side, as yet again the middle order batsmen Team Uganda are not contributing.
Oladejo Emmanuel, the young man, has picked up 4 wickets so far in 2 games. He's picked up 3 this morning at the Tafawa Balewa square, summing his total to 7 in this tournament so far. The young man, who was the player of the match in the last game against Sierra Leone, picked up 4 wickets. We'll be looking at taking Nigeria to their last victory of this tournament. He has picked up 3 wickets so far this morning. Will there be an opportunity for him to pick another 3? The Team Nigerian side have been outstanding this morning in the field. 47 for 5 after 13 overs. The Baby Queen's captain Olipa Gerard still there in the middle. He's been responsible for the Uganda batters. Hasn't scored much runs so far in this tournament. We'll be looking at finishing strong again, as he is currently on 17 in 35. Looking through at the Nigerian bowling so far this morning. It's Abdul Aziz Waris back from the pavilion end. The young man has been outstanding in this tournament. He has been a crucial part of the Team Nigerian squad. Takes it away from the right-hand batters. Beautiful delivery there once more from Aziz Waris. The young man playing in his home ground will be so proud of this wonderful moment.
Young man he is, I'll tell you. Also, 2 years ago I met this young kid there in the nets here at the TBS. But he's starting out to be a beast of his own. Spinning away for Team Nigeria. Look at the turn he is getting to the right-handers. Sloppy again. Something he needs to work on. You can't not just be a bowler. You gotta make sure you feel off your own bowling. He's been sloppy so far.
Yeah, Abdulaziz Waris haven't been his best so far in the fielding aspects for Team Nigeria. He's going to work on that going into his next tournament. The Team Uganda batters trying to rebuild the partnership as they have lost 5 wickets before the first water. The batsman tried to scoop that up for, will he get to the boundary? But the young man, Boniface, picked that up, and it's just a single of that ball. So quick in the field, the young man, Kenneth Boniface, the brother of the former captain of the Junior Yellow Greens, Emmanuel Boniface. He has been outstanding. Scored 47 at the last game against Sierra Leone at the University of Lagos Cricket Ground. Was looking at picking up his first 50 for this tournament. Oladejo Emmanuel back from the high court end. 3 for 3 in 3 overs. That's a wonderful score there, Bob.
Yeah, 49 for 5 after 14.1. It's that man again who's been spinning a Weber for Team Nigeria, picking up 3, going for only 3 runs. Look at that economy rate. Right on the man again. To that man Conrad Luwama, who got off the mark in the most cheekiest ways. I'm not sure why he was trying to go for the scoop shot after losing quick 3 wickets. Gonna try and make a partnership with your captain there, Olipa Gerard. who's already played out 14.2 overs. It shows you how patient he is, despite, of course, losing wickets on the other end. Oladejo dominating the bowling attack for the junior yellow greens. Enticing deliveries there, trying to see if Conrad can go over the infield, given that he will be playing it against the turn. He has a lot of variations. He will give you that one that comes back into the right hander, and he will deceive you with that leg spin of his. One of the reasons, of course, he's not leaked many runs. Turning out to be yet another maiden here for Oladejo and Team Nigeria. Full on that occasion again, straight to that man. Same ball, same result. And he will end with another back-to-back maidens, Isa Oladejo. As we get to the end of the 15th over, it is 49 for 5. I will be taking a short break, allowing a man who's been watching from the sides, a man who has coached some of the players from the junior yellow greens. A man who loves having fun here on the microphone. It is match day 8, game number 15 of the ICC Under 19 Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. Already one team has made it as the champions, is Team Tanzania. Goes on the back foot, cut away. A fielder at covers, chips in a dive, but the dive goes in vain. Whereas the chase also goes in vain. As that man says, I've had enough, is Olipajera. Much needed. Going on the back foot, very good technique using the full face of the bird. No chance whatsoever given the outfield, how electric it is, allowing the ball to go to the boundary. Make that 3 boundaries for Olipa Gerard, and the 50 comes up for Team Uganda. 53 for 5 after 15.1. Welcome, Mr. Ajao. You can call him Grace if you want.
Thank you very much, Bob. Pleasure to be here. Very good atmosphere out there. Waris doing his trade for the junior yellow greens. He's been very consistent. He's kept that tidy line. And like Bob mentioned, you're not just a bowler on the side. Every man on the field is a fielder. You have to throw your body in the line. He needs to work on his fielding to make him an all-round cricketer. You bowl, you bat, and you field. You have to score 3 over 3. He's done very well bowling, giving all sorts of problems to the baby cranes of Uganda. And back to him. Another chance crying to be caught there. A bit further away from him this time. 1 run from there. Olipa Gerald marshalling this batting. Ugandan batting from the top. Solid batsman. He needs a partnership going on here. And I'm here with Eosa. He's been watching the game. He's been at Unilag. He's here with us today at TBS Cricket Oval. This tight encounter between Nigeria and Uganda. Uppish over the bowler. Just a single. A man in the deep. Long on to the rescue. There's 1 run there.
The single brings us to the end of the 16th over at the Tafawa Balewa Square Cricket Ground. Team Uganda, who are 55 for the loss of 5. After 16, we'll be open on rebuilding. Look at the bowling performance so far by the Team Nigerian side. Abdulaziz Opeyemi, who is playing his first game in this tournament for Team Nigeria. The young man has picked up 1 wicket, his first wicket in this tournament. The young man who plays for Hausa Pioneers Cricket Club of Nigeria has bowled 4 overs and picked up 1 wicket. Oladejo Emmanuel.
Up in the air, no man's land. He'll pick up a single from there. Easy one. And you can see Osa, the captain, is rallying round now. He needs the partnership going on. They need to rotate the strike. The bowling is kind of being on top of the batting now since they brought in the spinners.
Olipa Gerard, the skipper of the Ugandan side, is looking more confident this morning. Looking at finishing the tournament on a good run. He has scored 24 this morning, or 44 balls. He has been there from the first ball as the captain leading the ship. Oladejo Emmanuel, known for picking wickets for the Team Nigerian side. He has picked up 7 wickets so far in this tournament. He has picked up 3 this morning against the Uganda side. We'll be looking at replicating what he did against the Sierra Leone side, or even more today, as we move into the finals day of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, you can see he's just bowled. He's into his 5th over. He has a lot to bowl. He still has 5 after this. He's looking to dig deep. He would like to take a 5-er. I'm sure his captain knows how effective he is for this team. Still on this first spell of his. He's created so many opportunities, gone for so little, and that brings us to the end of the 17th over. It's 57 for 5. Team Uganda.
The end of this 17th over brings us to the first drinks of the final day game between the Baby Queens of Uganda and the Junior Yellow Queens of Nigeria. Looking at the partnership so far this morning, Olipajera, the skipper of the side, who opened with Avansh Patel. They had a partnership of 16 runs off 17 ball. And Olipajera with his man, Suhera Richard, had a little below the partnership he had with Avansh Patel. Partnership of 15 off 35 balls. And also with Abdulaziz Tandia, 11 runs, partnership of 9 balls. And the man Kidoga Christopher, there was a 5 runs partnership of 13 balls. And the young man Yuri Jonathan, who wasn't able to produce any runs with his skipper. And the man in Conrad Lambawa is there so far. Had a partnership of 25 balls and they made just 10 runs. The Uganda side will be looking at rebuilding after the first drinks of this first innings.
Also, you know a lot about cricket. You're a cricket player yourself. You played cricket internationally and locally, and you know what we say about water break. There's always that superstition around it, that bad luck of a wicket dropping after the water break. I don't think the Ugandans would like that to happen, but the way the Nigerians are spinning this web, if they do continue with spin, I'm sure maybe we'll have to see some of that superstition come to pass in this game.
I think the superstition works with some particular team. Not every team has that luck of picking wickets after water break. I don't know if it's a tradition of the team Nigeria. I've only watched one of their game at Unilag, which they actually did pick up a wicket after the first water at the University of Lagos Cricket Ground. It could be their tradition of picking, but we will know in a moment after the end of the first drink.
Yeah, because it happened here yesterday. Game Kenya versus Tanzania. It was first water break, and we got a wicket afterwards. We'll see if that would happen in this game. It's water for now. We'll take a little break and a breather.
It's 10:43 a.m. West Africa time at the Tafawa Balewa Square Ground, where we have Team Nigeria taking on the Baby Queens of Uganda. The Team Nigeria would introduce a new bowler from the pavilion end, the vice captain of the side, does it with the ball and the bat, but haven't been in good form so far this tournament with the bat. It's Joseph Onoshagbe. He'll be bowling from the pavilion end, and the man on strike is Conan Labwama.
Yeah, Joseph Onosagbe, brilliant young man, like you mentioned, plays his cricket for Pioneers. How's that Pioneers Cricket Club in the Lagos CCC League? Full toss, and no mistakes at all. He's driven that all the way to the boundary rider in the name of Boniface Kenneth. Brilliant fielder, one of the best in that trade. He's done a lot. He's broken the middle stump bullseye this morning. Beautiful run out. And another a dot ball there. A good comeback from that frisbee, that loosener, I would say, that he had first ball. It was foolish. Was punched for a single. Very good comeback. He knows his trade. He knows he has to bowl into that channel outside off stump. He's a slow bowler. He's been very effective. And the game's gone past. It's very good economy rates in his previous games. Talented young man. And again, bringing a defensive stroke into play from that young man. Trying to free his mind, free his arms. But this spin won't allow him.
Grace, the Ugandan side are looking so positive after these first drinks. They are going down at every ball. The partnership between Olipa and Conrad could bring a good total for the Uganda side, as they will be looking at putting up a good total in this first inning. Is the end of the 18th at the Tafawa Balewa Square Ground. Team Uganda are 58 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, you can say that again. You can see the intentions are clear from Olipa Gerald. I'm here to stay. And he needs a partnership going forward. And the young man, Conrad, is there. And you can see the intentions are clear. You need to build a partnership, get a reasonable total on the scoreboard for you to have a chance here. Anything above 130 mark is a winning score we've seen so far. Olajejo to continue from the Court of Appeal end. And
that's been struck down for a single. The skipper of the side looking so confident this morning. Olipa Gerard is cruising things through on 26 or 46 balls. Having a solid partnership with the man, Ugwama. Grace, what do you think about the Team Uganda side? It's the 19th over in play. What do you think? How many runs do you see the Ugandan side in 25 overs, having lost 5 wickets?
You'll see from the body language, they say men lie, women lie, numbers don't, and body language also don't. Can't really hide your feelings. They're here to stay. They need to put up runs. Spin has been a very difficult customer here at the TBS, and if the captain employs the spinners, I'm sure they want to restrict this Ugandan side. These two have shown some commitment to staying in the crease. You can see they're playing a lot of defensive strokes here. I don't see them going past 120 if the captain, continues with spin for the rest of for most of this encounter, the remaining overs.
You can see how the Uganda side are going behind to defend the ball so comfortably. I think they understand what they are doing this morning at the Tafawa Balewa Square Ground. The young man has bowled very well this morning. Oladejo Emmanuel has bowled 6 over, conceded just 7 runs, and picked up 3 wickets for the Team Nigerian side. Fantastic figure there by the Nigerian bowler, Oladejo.
Yeah, Oladejo plays his trade for the Ibadan Metropolitan Cricket Club. They come all the way from a state about a 2 hours drive from Lagos to play in the CCC Lagos League. CCC Lagos League is about the most prominent and the most the standard cricket league in Nigeria. They have the first division and second division. He plays in the second division, and he's shown his class here. He's not giving anything away. You can see the Ugandans also trying to pick up at least a single off every over or more, and they've done that quietly. And we'll look to see how this contest goes. It's going to be interesting, exciting.
Grace, I think it's not just Nigeria. I think the CCC League is one of the most outstanding cricket league in West Africa. We have a lot of players around the West Africa countries coming all the way from Ghana and around the West Africa as is coming to Lagos to participate in the CCC League.
Very well said. We have players from Ghana coming to apply their trade, the CCC leagues.
The skipper of the Ghanaian side is from Government College Ibadan Cricket Club. Played a couple of games this season for the GCI, the Ibadan Old Boys Club. Scored some runs and picked up some wickets. Obed Harvey.
Yeah. We're back onto this game at the Tafawa Balewa Square Cricket Oval. And you can see spinners, asking all sorts of questions. The Ugandan side not really bothered. I think they don't want to lose any more wickets at this stage. They want to keep this partnership going on to about the 25th, 30th over. To see how much runs they can pile up, just chipping away the singles and making sure the spinners don't get to break them, break this partnership and run through their team. They want to put up a formidable total. It's end of the 20th over. It's 62 for 5. Team Uganda.
Team Uganda working so hard this morning to put up a good total and finishing things strong at the ongoing ICC Under-19 Men's World Cup qualifiers. Although the Team Tanzania are already champions of this edition after going unbeaten from the Division 2, winning 5 in the Division 2 last year and coming into the Division 1 here in Lagos, going unbeaten, picked up 10 wins in 10 games in their last 10 games. The young man from the High Court end, Abdulaziz Waris, was both beautiful way today. Yet to get a wicket in his 3.1 over.
And we can see the spinners doing the trick. Another back foot jab there into that for a single. The man long on, running in. Just save that. Waris doing a beautiful job. Tidy line here. Taking the ball away from the right-handers. You can see the field set. He's got his field a slip field in place. He's got a leg, a short leg. He's got boundary riders, mid-wicket, long on. I don't think these batters are looking to play him big. I think they are just looking to survive.
The young man, Conrad Labwama, holding it strong at the middle with his captain, Olipa Gerard. He hasn't scored a lot in this tournament. We'll be looking at contributing. He has faced 31 balls this morning and scored just 5 runs. Skipper of the side on the other end will be so happy with his patience and his display this morning. It's the end of the 21st over as Abdul Waris is done with his 4th for 12 runs and picked no wickets yet.
Yeah, we should give him some flowers. Not giving anything away. You can see from those figures, very tidy. You want to be tidy. You want to keep that ball on that wicket line and allow the bat make their mistakes. By going all out, they get tired. We've talked about dot balls creating pressure along the line. You don't want to be dotting too many. Put that pressure back on you. And Onosagwe Joseph to continue from the pavilion end. Proving to be very tidy, very economical.
The skipper of the Nigerian side, Gafar Karim, picked up a little injury in their last game against Sierra Leone. And there's a wicket for the team Nigeria. And there's a 6th wicket this morning at the Tafawa Balewa Square. And there's the man, Onosagwe Joseph, picked up his 1st wicket for today. The side will be so pleased with that. At the Ugandan side will be 64 for the loss of 6.
Let's see that again on replay. It's taking him on. and he's found the man within the 30 yards inner circle ring. Very comfortable catch. You saw you saw that catch, and just like I was saying, if you keep the ball tidy, get to wicket, the batsman would get pressured up, dotting the balls away. You need to score runs, and when that dawns on you, you can see that again on replay. You need to take a shot. He's taking that, and he's gotten his hold out within this inner circle ring. Another wicket for the Nigerians. Very good, very good. This is what we want to see.
Very good bowling, very good catch from the Team Nigerian side this afternoon. They will be looking at making the over 200 million Nigerian proud this afternoon at the Tafawa Balewa Square Ground, as we are in the final day of the ongoing ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup qualifiers. Team Uganda are 64 for the loss of 6. I tell you, Olumide is approaching the last 25 overs this morning, and the Uganda side are 64 for 6. During the talks, the captain of the Nigerian side, Karim Gafar, said his plan is to bowl the Uganda side under 100, and I don't think they are doing so bad for now.
Yeah, the captain knows a lot about this pitch. Well caught there. There's a lack of communication there, but they're safe. Both men eventually taking that run, taking on the fielder. You see the pressure building up. You don't want to be under pressure batting. You want to play with a free mind. You want to play the ball on its merits. And you see there, a little bit of confusion there. It's safe. The two guys, Olipa Gerald standing strong for... Sorry about that. I beg your pardon.
The bowlers was not looking too comfortable with that single just now. The skipper of the side for the Uganda side is out for 28 runs. He has done well this morning. It's going to be another catch opportunity, and it's the man Joseph Onosha picked up the second wicket this morning at the Tafawa Balewa Square Ground. Team Uganda at 65 for the loss of 7. Wonderful piece of bowling from the young man Onosha Joseph. Picked 2 wickets in this over.
Let's see that again on replay. You can see same shot, same
result,
result,
same feeder,
same fielder. You see, it's just cricket. You say, bowl into the right channel, set your field, and you'll get the result. And result, very good bowling again on replay. You can see that the tidy line of Joseph Onosagbe, and now found Kenneth Boniface. Very, very safe hands. You see one of the best fielders on the yellow and green. The man, junior yellow greens.
The man out for the Team Uganda side, following back the footstep of his captain, Conrad Magbama, will be going as he is departed of the delivery from Joseph Onoshagbe. The new man in, a new man in the middle rather, Gujivan Sain and Usain Peter. Usain Peter has been marvelous with the bats in this tournament for the Uganda side.
So we were talking about target of about 120, 130. From the look of things, the junior yellow greens are digging deep into the tail of the Ugandans, junior cranes, and you can see if we want to listen to the toss, like you said, Gafar mentioned that he would like to keep them under 100.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he knows that this pitch favors spin. He's deployed the spin bowlers, and you can see wickets falling rapidly. From the look of things, if we continue with spin.
The spin bowlers for the Nigerian side have picked up 6 out of the 7 wickets this morning for the Team Nigerian side. The vice captain of the side, Onoshagbe Joseph, picked up 2. I think this is the first time we are having the Nigerian side picking up 2 wickets in 1 over. Oladejo did it when he was bowling, and Joseph also picked 2 in this over. So we're down to the end of the 22nd over at the Tafawa Balewa Square Ground, where Team Nigeria are taking on the Baby Cranes of Uganda. I will now hand over this mic to my brother, Mr. Sheun Ajidagba, to continue.
pleasure to welcome Shewa Jidagba into the com box. Continue proceedings after 22 overs. It's 65 for 7. Team Uganda. Nigeria continuing with spin. Aziz Waris from the Court of Appeal end doing his magic. They need to take wickets to ensure that this Ugandan side stay below 100, which will be a total that will be within reach for the batting squad of the Yellow Greens, Junior Yellow Greens. And again, finding that edge, that outside edge. You see the ball giving no width at all. Very, very close. That off stump line, creating all sorts of difficulty. You can see little or no footwork there. And Waris chipping away with the dot balls. Bowled 4 consecutive dot balls here. You can see him doing very well. Shion, welcome.
Thank you very much. One more ball to the end of the 23rd over. Waris bowling from where he seems comfortable. He's bowled from 2 ends today. He started out from the pavilion end when Oladejo was running things from the Court of Appeal end. The captain has deployed him to a place where he feels is comfortable. 65 runs for loss of 7 wickets after 23 overs gone. The current run rate is at 2.83 and the projected score is at 142, but it can only happen if the duo of Osen Peter and Gujavan Singh stay in the batting crease. Both of them have combined to score 1 run from 8 balls faced. Back from the pavilion end, Onoshagbe having impressive numbers. 2 wickets to his credit into his 4th over.
Very well said, Shion. Waris ending that over with a maiden. We've seen him do a lot of maiden overs during this tournament. Shows you how difficult it is to put away. And the loud shout there. No scare. Not out.
The 2 on-field umpires, Stephen Harris from South Africa and Percival Sivara from Zimbabwe. And the 3rd umpire is umpire Andrew Lowe from Namibia. Despite the shouts from Nigeria and shouting on their home turf, he is unperturbed. Let the game go on is what he's saying.
Another defensive stroke there. Team Uganda not showing any hurry. They need to soak in this pressure. They need to play out as many overs as they can out of this 50 allotted overs. And you can see the ball beating the right-hander, shaping away from him. Waris has dropped another maiden there. Brilliant bowling from him. From both sides, the spinners, can't say enough about them. They dominated at this venue, on this pitch. And they're doing just that. Captain not changing anything. They say if it's working for you, you don't need to change it. You just keep it flowing. And in due time, I'm sure the pressure will get back to the Ugandan batters, and they want to go all out. They want to get the needed runs, and by so doing, they can lose their wickets. They can, probably get one miscued, and drop wickets as well.
You look at how this team Nigerian side have turned adversity to what is looking more like victory on their part in the first inning by claiming 7 wickets. The way Gerard Olipa and Jonathan Ihiro started.
Whoa, a missed opportunity there. Struck hard back at the bowler, going over his head, stride and attempt at that ball. You can see that on replay, was struck very hard back towards him. Nice try there. You need to take those catches. You need to turn half chances into full chances. Say in cricket.
Gojivan Singh and Osen Peter batting. Gojivan Singh, the striker, facing the ball of Oladejo. He's gotten 3 wickets to his credit. I was talking about Jonathan Yiro and Captain Gerard Olipa, who was the best batter up until when he lost his wicket. They started out like an house on fire, and one would have thought that the way they were going, Nigeria was going to be in trouble. And up until that moment when they broke that partnership, Jonathan losing his wicket, courtesy of that bowling from the man who started from the Court of Appeal end, Nigeria's opening bowler, Owolabi.
Another dot ball to end proceedings. 25 overs done and dusted at the Tafawa Balewa cricket over. 66 for 7. Team Uganda running around, trying to create another partnership here. Shion, 2 new batters on the crease. This is just...
Yes, Olumide Gojivan Singh and Osem Peter have combined to face 20 balls, and they've scored just 2 runs in between them. I'm sure what is in the head of these bowlers is to try and break anything that looks like a partnership. And when you are grinding, they say you grind to the end, you don't leave anything.
And the bowlers are doing very well at that. They're grinding, picking up the needed dot balls in this game to put that pressure back on the tail enders of the Ugandans. They dug into the tail. They don't want that tail wagging. And again, you can see that he's played a cut shot, he's nicked it into the big gloves of the wicket keeper. And that's the 8th wicket for Nigeria. See that again on replay. Joseph Onosagbe. That's a nick to the wicket keeper. And there we see the backs of that young man trying to build a partnership. Not working at this time. Nigerians on top of the game. See again on replay. Very tidy line by Joseph Onosagbe, drawing that bat to play that shot. Brilliant, brilliant. Very good glove work from the wicketkeeper. He held that. He knows how much they need to get this game over with, this first inning over with. Uganda scoring under 100 would be very, very good for Nigeria in their chase. Shion.
You want to say that Gerard Olipa electing to bat was not a good decision up until this moment, except something miraculous happens. They are in all sort of trouble courtesy of that tidy bowling of Nigeria. And you have to look at a SWOT analysis of this Team Nigerian side. Their final game today, the first game losing by 10 runs, a game they want to forget in a hurry against Namibia, and they will have said this was a game they should have won. They lost by 122 runs against Team Tanzania, who are representing Africa at the World Cup. They lost by 4 runs against Team Kenya in a reduced over, and went back all gun blazing against Team Sierra Leone. And today they are back and looking like a team that wants to finish strongly.
Very well said, Shion. And this Team Nigeria showed very good temperament, very good character when it comes to bowling. And we have to also mention that they lost 10 runs against their first opponent, Namibia. We have to look at the extras. Shion, they have put up 11 extras today. Another chance begging there, not out. I'm sure the wicketkeeper didn't gather that ball before uprooting the stumps, and it's not out. Stumps are being replaced. You should gather the ball before attempting to stump the man. He was faster than the ball and has missed that opportunity.
Maybe that replay will tell us more about what happened. The wicketkeeper Ramon Ali was very hopeful about the man fielding a square leg that was going to get that wicket direct hit, but unfortunately the wicket did not drop, and Gojivan see has an opportunity to continue to bat in spite of him yet to put his name on the scoreboard for runs.
So I was talking about the extras that the Nigerian team has donated in this tournament. Just in this match, they've given out 14 extras. You take that away from this score, you can imagine how much they've allowed the Ugandans spread out their wings. You don't want that to happen. You want to cut down on that extra going forward, going into the next tourney. It's something we have to look at. But bowling, they've been doing that, they've done that well, picked vital wickets. So Sheon, we're back. And the Ugandans are still trying to build up a partnership here. Two new batters in the crease only tells you one thing. They need to regroup, and regrouping automatically drops the current run rate in cricket. Dot balls would appear. Try to walk that down fine leg. A man squarish of that leg area. Stop that. Man of unity. The big fella.
Gojivan, the non-striker, said no is the call. Musa was going to race for that, but Gojivan said there's no run there. Musa Majid Ramathan.
Ladejo Emmanuel, 3 wickets for 8 runs, 7.3 overs delivered. A lot of dot balls from this young man. Bowled very well throughout this tourney. And you can see him also fielding to his own ball. If that ball had beat him, charged or taken the field on for a single, you need to bowl and field at the same time. And again, treading that channel that's outside that 4th stump line, doing that consistently well throughout this tournament. He's gotten rewards for it. Today, he got some very good reward yesterday, getting 4 wickets against Syria alone. You can see the turn. And well watched by the Ugandan batter, Musa. It ends the 27th over, 67 for the loss of 8 wickets, Team Uganda.
Another maiden over for Oladejo, who has bowled excellently well for Nigeria. Oladejo, Emmanuel, in the scripture, when you hear the word Emmanuel, it means God is with us. Is God truly with his junior yellow greens? After this game, we'll be able to decipher. Vice captain back to the pavilion end, where he's got an amazing economy rate. He's into his 6th over. He has given away just 5 runs and has 3 wickets to his credit. Skies it up, beats them. They want to go for 2. Gojivan is clamoring for 2, but oh my world!
He's beat his hand and struck the head. I'm sure the medics have to come in. Concussion test would have to.
While the game will be paused for a while for medics to attend, you look at the batting scorecard of this Ugandan side. Captain leading from the front, Olipa Gerald, scored 28 runs off 54 balls, which included 3 fours. 51.85 was the strike rate. Nobody has gotten into double figures. The closest has been Sohera Richard, who faced 17 balls, scored 8 runs, which included 1 4, with a strike rate of 47.06. And following closely is Divansh Patel, who scored 7 runs off 12 balls, which included 1 4 and a strike rate of 58.33. And you look at the other batters, Conrad Lubwama, the wicket keeper, 5 runs off 34 balls, and every other person have not done anything. The extras, as spoken by my colleague, 14 given out in 27.2 overs, and the total is 68 for 8. And that is how things have been. And just maybe the opportunity will afford us to see what the bowling is looking like. I haven't seen the batting. Things are not going according to plans for the 2nd rated team at this tournament, behind Namibia, who looks like a team that would be contented with finishing in 2nd position. The most successful team with 7 titles to their credit. The defending champion has been dethroned by Team Tanzania, and Tanzania are qualifying for their first ever World Cup, replicating what Nigeria did back in 2019 when we went to Windhoek, Namibia, and got that sole ticket, beating the Sierra Leonean team in the final game, courtesy of that run by Peter Aho. And you talk about Peter Aho, let me quickly share an interesting statistics with you. Peter Aho is the Guinness World Record bowler in T20, 6 wickets for 5 runs in 3.4 overs and 2 maiden against Sierra Leone. Back to the game.
Yeah, Shion, very interesting stats there. Junior Yellow Greens have their history. They want to do better. They want to go home on a high. The swing and a miss there. You see the pressure building up. And then we saw the scorecard. We saw Olipa Gerald standing tall on top of that chart, batting lineup. You can see him, the only person to have gotten a double figure. All other people, all other batters struggling. And again, a swing and a miss. You see, drawing that batter out. Very good bowling from the vice captain of Junior Yellow Greens. Doing a very good job. You want to pick up as many dots as you can to restrict them from even getting up to a 90. Oh, beautiful. Beating that man outright. Squaring him up. You can see, ends that over. The 28th over. And it's 68 for 8. He sees the tall order to get out of that 60 region. We've been there for about 4 overs. You can see the bowling on top, sitting on top of the batting right now. Junior Yellow Green is doing very well. We'd like to see them wrap things up, dig into the tail, get the couple of wickets needed so that they can come and chase this and chase it comfortably.
Absolutely ensuring that the duo of Gojivan Singh and Musa Ramathan don't get any sort of joy in the batting crease. Aziz Waris in search of his first wicket. Will he be this over? This was the same man that was highly impressive, where he bowled 10 overs and considered just 13 runs and had 1 wicket to his credit.
And again, we've seen some of his, he has to do better fielding his own ball. He's let that ball gone through. Captain being the cover for him at mid-off. Stop that ball from going through the boundary. Soft hand there. He's found that gap around the slip quadrant. It's going to be just 1 run. Very good chase to restrict that to just 1 run.
Team Nigeria know that they will go in to go and bat in the second innings, and they have to make things a bit easier for themselves by pressing this team Uganda. And when I mean pressing them, in ensuring that you don't release the team from their shell where you have caged them from scoring runs.
Kick them, you can say they've done a good job at doing that. You can see runs are very hard to come by. The sun is coming out. Team Nigeria don't want to stay in this sun for too long. Sure, they want to hit their dugout and relax. Enough time to do that. Waris doing very well. He's kept it very tidy, very consistent. A difficult customer. Brings us to the end of the 29th over. We're still within the 60s. 69 for 8. Uganda struggling to go past that 60. And you see them, the new batsers on the crease. Musa faced 15 balls to score just 1 run. And Goodivan Singh has also faced 18 to score 2 runs. You see how the struggling is. Runs are hard to come by at Tafawa Balewa Cricket Oval. Nigeria sitting on top.
Sitting pretty on top. Great way to start once again on Noshagbe Joseph. 6.1 overs. 6 runs is given away. Has 3 wickets to his credit. You want to add 1 more. Especially the wicket of this Gojivan Singh. But lovely and intelligent batting there from Gojivan Singh. Hoping that they can stay there to the end of the 50 overs. Maybe more runs would come. But Onoshagbe is not giving any room, thinking about this game very well.
You can see that again, Sheon. Kept the line very tidy. You can see that again. Just beating outside the edge of that batter. And they are not in any hurry. They don't look like there's no real intention here from the Ugandan batters. They just, like you said, want to keep the fielders in the sun. Try exhaust them. Like my friend used to say, Dennis, dot balls won't win you the match. You have to do something different. Dot balls on both sides won't win you the match. Dotting the ball as a batting side would only create pressure. You need to start scoring those singles to take the pressure off you.
And talk about single, just one run was made in the 29th over, and that brought the tally of Team Uganda to 70 runs for loss of 8 wickets. Their current run rate is at 2.33, and the projected score will be 117. But I'm sure Nigeria would not want that. They want to ensure that when they get into bat in the second innings, they make the job a bit safe for themselves. Musa Ramathan has faced 16 balls and scored 1 run. Gojivan Singh has faced 23 balls and scored 3 runs.
A bowling change from the cut-off appeal end, and another spinner coming into the play, coming to this party. In no other person than Abdul Ganiyu, another very consistent spinner for the Nigerian side. The junior yellow greens. He's done that in previous games. He's been able to chip and to go away with a very good bowling average as well, very low. Does the orthodox, right-hand orthodox. Just 1 run there. The bowler doesn't like that. He needs them to be tied there within that quadrant. He does leg spin, taking the ball away from the right-handers. Does it very well.
And that's the captain of the side. You can't be seen doing that again on replay. Karim Gafar needs to be doing better at that slips. I hope he can replicate what Dylan does for Team Tanzania. Eyes always very, very sharp when he's in that region.
Abdul Ghani tossing that up, giving it some air. You like for the ball to be taken on. He has field in place. He has long on. He has deep mid wicket. He has a 3/4 long off there. You can see a forward defensive stroke there displayed by the Ugandan batter. Ball wicket to wicket. That's all you need to do. Doing that for his team. Hope they take you on and you probably get a catch from there.
Abdul Ganiyu seems not to be doing anything special with that ball. And you have to look at the likes of Gojivan Singh and Musa Ramathan. In the process of trying to keep their wicket is why you are seeing them being a bit cautious. It could have been a different thing if they still had lots of wicket at hand. And this over, they've gotten some considerable number of runs from where they were before.
Foolish dugout ends the 31st over. It's 73 for 8. Team Uganda, I'm sure they'll be trying to push for that 100-run mark or more than that. We've seen the tail come out to put up some valuable runs for teams, which has ended up giving them the victory at this tournament. We don't want to see that. I'm sure the yellow greens, the junior yellow greens don't want to see a partnership going on here, but I'm sure the Ugandans here at the Tafawa Balewa Square Cricket Oval and at home would like to see these runs above 100 mark to give them something to play and something to fight for in the second inning.
Thank you very much. Olumide, one of the reasons Nigeria lost her first game against Namibia was the tailenders combining to score 34 runs, and that 34 runs proved costly to Team Nigeria. The duo of Ramathan and Gojivan Singh are trying to build a partnership, and this is where I think captain Abdul Karim Gafar has to think and see how the bowlers can break that. Can Unity Ogboe do it?
And the ball is gone through the wicketkeeper again. We've seen this happen throughout the tournament. It's not good enough. You don't allow them. Now is the time to kill. You holding their neck. Don't kill them. You want to kill them. You don't want them to start having those. You have to be very sharp on the field. You have the gloves as a wicketkeeper. You don't want to be giving too many buys. It's coming back to haunt you like it did in the first game.
Both of you have to communicate, living for yourself, and don't get into each other's space. Emmanuel Oladejo and Abdulganil Abdullahi.
Bringing back pace by the captain. I'm sure he wants a break. He's trying to do everything in his power, trying to, use all in his artillery and try find this break, not allowing this partnership to survive. Unity bowling very well. Seen him. Another Mr. Consistent for the Nigerian side. Does it straight, does it well. That's why the captain is beckoned on him at this stage of the game. Try roughing up these batters, the tail enders. You want to run through them. You want some yorkers. And flicked to the square leg area. They're trying to come for two. No is the call. Just one run there.
Like we always say, when you have people working for you on the offside, and then you're going down the leg where there's little or no protection, then there's bound to be a bit of problem. Unity Ogboe has to unite the entire team in ensuring that he gets a wicket.
Oh, lovely ball there, beaten outside the edge of the bat. Brings us to the end of the 32nd over. 75 for 8 is obvious. The tax ahead of these Ugandan batters. You want to stay there as long as possible. You want to get as many overs done with. You don't want to lose all your wickets. You want to keep them in the sun, burn them out a bit. You can see Ukacha coming back into the attack, taking his run up. Want to rough up the tail enders a bit. They're getting comfortable with the slow bowling, just blocking and chipping away some valuable singles. Now is the time to break this partnership. The captain is called on Ukacha to continue from the Court of Appeal end.
They are 75 for 8. 32 overs gone, and you look at the duo of Gojivan Singh and Musa Ramatan. They've combined to face 51 balls and scored just 8 runs. But the extras that they've gotten, in addition to the runs they've scored with their bat, has jacked up this run. And I think Ukacha will have at the back of his mind that he needs to break this partnership.
He needs to break this partnership. They need it very urgently. You don't want to be in this sun for too long. You've done most of the job. You've broken into their tail. You don't want the tail wagging. You want to finish up strong, taking the remaining wickets, having lunch and relaxing, knowing that you're going to be chasing a total under 100. And very solid defensive stroke there by Musa. It's 3 off 24 balls. No real intention to score runs. Just stay in the crease.
There's something interesting happening. Former Nigeria opening batter, former captain of Nigeria, and among the technical crew of the under-19 team, Ademola Onikoyi, is very close to Unity Ogboe, who is fielding at fine leg, and is telling him something that when you get the ball next time, I'm seeing something you are not seeing. And that's what I want you to do. Much better bowling from Ukacha.
Yeah, smell leather, we call it. You can see on your replay, he's trying to roughen up that batter. Feeling too comfortable in the crease. Digs ones up, and can smell it. Well left by that batter. And you know what happens when you drop that short delivery. You want to come in with that toe crusher. That's a Yorker length ball just after that. Wow, brilliant. Well left again by the batter. Not feeling very comfortable with his pace bowling, I would say. You don't want him to freeze hands. That ball was a shit shot.
And Olumide was talking about getting your toes. If there's one bowler that was good at those things those days, he has a very, very unique style of bowling. From Sri Lanka, Lasith Malinga. He ensures that he dips it into your leg and makes it very uncomfortable for you. Ukasha Isiaku, after bowling 5 good balls, yet to concede any run, and he'll be expecting one more good ball in this over of his, probably ending on the high by getting a wicket or finishing with a maiden.
And that ends the 33rd over. 75 for 8. Team Uganda just staying alive here. Another maiden over there from the pacer, the young pacer Ishaku. The captain has to think outside the box now. He needs to think outside the box to get this wicket, to break this partnership and run through this Ugandan side. They're not dropping their shoulders as well. They've gotten the information. And they're occupying the crease. They're occupying the crease. Doing very well at that.
The job of the production team is to ensure that we get quality production, and anything outside of that is like bowling an extra in a cricket game. Thank you very much, Abayomi Ayonusi, from the start of the tournament and for listening to the voice of reasoning. Aziz Waris into his 7th over, and it's quite unfortunate that this young man is still in search of his first wicket.
Beating outside edge of that man's bat. You can see him dancing all sorts of I don't know the dance to call that. Falling on one knee, was dribbled by Waris. Plenty of turn here. The Tafawa Balewa Square Cricket Oval. Big appeal there. He's missed that completely. Let's see that on replay.
The reason Stephen Harris is unperturbed about what
ball going down leg. Well struck, finds that man at point. Runs very difficult to come by for the Ugandan batters, the junior cranes, junior baby cranes of Uganda. Struggling out here. You can see Waris dribbling, turning. Very difficult customer to put away, I must say. Youngster. Look to see him as a player for the future. Struck powerfully down the ground. Bowler's line would pick up a single from there.
And I was talking about the man who is having a conversation with the person who is the most closest to him, Unitu Egboe, one of the technical crew of the team and former Nigerian captain Ademola Onikoyi, walking around the field and putting everyone on their toes in ensuring that this you don't let slip from your hand. He feels Ramathan and Gojivan Singh have stayed too long in the batting crease, and this is the end of the 34th over. And look at the partnership. The best of partnership surprisingly came between Olipa Gerald and Conrad Lubwama. They faced 51 balls and scored 17 runs. The next partnership was Olipa Gerald, the captain, and Devansh Patel, faced 17 balls and scored 16 runs. The other partnership was Olipa Gerald and Soera Richard. 35 balls they faced and scored 15 runs. Olipa Gerald once again was prominent with Abdulaziz Tandia. Scored 11 runs after combining to face 9 balls in between them. And currently is Ramathan and of course Gojivan Singh. Oladejo again is back from the Court of Appeal end in search of his first wicket. Same as on Noshagbe Joseph, the vice captain. Both of them are tied on 3. His skies it up. An opportunity beckons. You don't want to miss that. And yes, he finally breaks it. He gets his 4th wicket. Beautiful catch there. Great way to welcome in the scripture.
Yeah, Sean, thank you. If there was anybody that was going to drop that catch, it certainly wasn't going to be Boniface. He's been very, very excellent in fielding. That ball came exactly towards him. He stood underneath the ball and held onto the ball tightly. And Uganda are down to their very last wicket. It's not looking very good for them.
Nigeria wants to finish strongly. See that again on replay. Emmanuel in the scripture means God is with us. You don't want God to depart from you. And I say on this day, the grace of God will not depart from you. Eventually, helped by one man who is burning his face because he wants to get a wicket. His name is Boniface, but he's burning that face, and he was very good with the bat. It's quite surprising to know that Tanzania, who have qualified for the World Cup, ticks all the right boxes. They are the team that scored the most runs in this tournament, 189. They are the team that had the highest partnership in this tournament, 97, Karim Kiseto and Lash Bakrania. They are the team that reduced a team to the minimum and the lowest total in this tournament, Nigeria 32. And of course, it's no stranger that they also are the team that had a player having man of the match performances, Lash Bakrania, and of course the one they call Adam Zampa, Francis Emmanuel has gotten his 1st wicket, and it's great time once again to listen to Peter to tell us who the new batter is.
Balidawa Ali is the final batter in now for Uganda. They're down to the very last batter. I think the last time we saw the tail end doing something big was against Kenya at the Unilag pitch. They could probably pull up the same stunt here, or Nigeria could end this game as quick as possible. We also remember what Nigeria did against Namibia, letting the tail end come and push up 40 runs, and Nigeria couldn't meet up with that target, losing at the end of the day to 10 runs. So we can only wait and see if Uganda is going to push up and repeat the same feat, or Nigeria is going to learn from their mistakes and finish up this game as quick as possible.
The only time Uganda had somebody standing as the player of the match in all the games they played was against Sierra Leone, the bottom place team, and this man batting was the player of the match, Balidawa. An opportunity beckons. The shout was loud and clear to Musa Ramatan. Where are you going to?
Balidawa Ali stretched very far and overstretched. Luckily for him, that ball didn't hit him on the pad, but hit him his bat instead. But still, he was very close to heading that ball into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, who is very close to the stumps.
They want to go, but then the man is saying, where are you going? Who gave you the permission to move?
And it's the end of the 35th over. It's a maiden wicket for Oladejo Emmanuel. Karabo again. I do not understand why he went that big. Feeling confident, but the ball wasn't. And Boniface ended up catching that ball, bringing in Balidawa Ali to come and face the rest of the pressure.
The captain has said, my vice, can you end this for me? We think together. and the opportunity is for you to claim your 4th wicket also, so that you can be at par with Oladejo. Onashagbe has bowled 7 overs and has just gotten 3 wickets for 7 runs, and he started with his 8th over.
One piece of advice from Intillen to another, as Balida was telling Musa, just put your bat there, don't try to play, don't try to score runs. Then listen, swing that bat, swing and miss, and also miss the keeper's grip as well. And Uganda able to add another run to the board, a by run I would say. And Balida, who earlier was giving an advice to Musa, is now the one facing the ball, and is going to have to make use of the advice he was giving earlier.
In all of this, keeper also has to do better. Ramon Ali needs to get down. Balidawa.
Nigeria looking relaxed. I think they are very, very confident they can get this final wicket. And Balida are currently under immense pressure to deliver. Because any wicket that falls now ends the first inning. And we still have 14.2 more overs to play.
We've always said that cricket is more about mathematics and then putting on your thinking cap. Just imagine a team that scores 100 or less than, that means you have less than 2 runs per over. If they eventually allow this Uganda not to finish on 100 at least, and the batting scorecard says it all, you deduct 16 extras from the total 77 that they have, it means they'll be on 66 for 9, and the only batter we can point to now that even has a double digit is Captain Gerardo Lipa, who faced 54 balls and scored 28 runs before he was caught by Kenneth Boniface from that bowling by Onoshagbe.
Oladejo has been brought back, flicks it towards fine leg. Okasha, who was at the short fine region, was quick, picks up the ball, but a single was scored. And now Baliawa is now back on strike. He's yet to get a run on the board. Musa has gotten himself 4 runs already. A quick field setting. Field is adjusting to a left-hand batter. Nigeria will need to end this as quick as possible unless they are very comfortable with having to move after every run between wickets. Goes big and definitely gets it. It gets the boundary, gets 4 more runs. Oladejo putting that ball at the good region, and allow Balidawa go big on the middle stump, was swinging in towards Balidawa, who wasted no time in going, attempting the maximum, but bounce out of the boundary, reduce that maximum shot to 4.
And this is one area Nigeria has to be very, very careful. The reason is very simple. When you begin to change your field setting as a result of a right-hand batter and a left-hand batter, it becomes worrisome. So you need to get this wicket as quickly as possible. They are on 82 for 9, and the projected score is telling us 113. That is if Team Nigeria allows Uganda to play out the overs. But I'm sure that Oladejo Emmanuel will be thinking about what just happened in that last ball, and he want to have the last laugh against Balidawa.
Balidawa having to step back, went back in his crease, tried to flick the ball. Wasn't enough momentum behind it, and the ball went nowhere. Abugani, who is in fine leg, short fine leg rather, picked up that ball quickly. Straight back to the bowler. Didn't hold it well, but there was enough hands behind the ball and prevented the ball from going any further. Balidawa decided to play it cool after getting 4 runs in the over, and we end the 37th over with 82 on the board for 9 wickets lost.
And when you look at the bowling for Nigeria, the best bowler, Oladejo Emmanuel, 4 wickets, 13 runs, 50 dot balls, and has completed his 10 overs with an economic rate of 1.30. Absolutely brilliant. Following him closely is Onoshagbe Joseph, the vice captain, 3 wickets, 7 runs is given away. He has 41 dot balls and has bowled 8 overs. So he's still got 2 more overs with an economic rate of 0.88. And the only person with a wicket is Abdulaziz Okpeyemi, who has 1 wicket, 21 runs, 16 dot balls, 4 overs. Ukasha Isiaku into his 4th over, but searching for his first wicket. Will it be the wicket of Musa Ramatan, who has faced 33 balls and has scored 4 runs?
Drives that ball to long off, drives it to Boniface. Uganda were very quick on the field to complete that run, as they've seen what Boniface can do earlier. They saw him that direct throw to break the stumps, and they made sure they were back in their crease. Boniface didn't have to throw at the stumps. It's 1 more run. Nigeria have returned back to pace bowling.
Grinding and grinding to the end is very, very important for this side. They are trying to open the field for the man who scored 4 runs in the previous over of the bowling of Oladejo, Ali Balidawa.
Kasha having to come around. They don't want to take any chances with giving extras. Decided to come around the wicket and put a very lovely ball towards Balidawa.
I'm sure International Cricket Council will be excited about the hosting of Nigeria for the very first time.
Balidawa pulls the ball to his own side. Boniface was still the one there. Was at the offside for Musa and was at the long on region for Balidawa. Stops the ball, but it's still 1 more run, and Musa is back in strike. Okasha returns to over, and he gets that final wicket. A lovely ball went directly to the stumps. I do not think Musa had enough sight on that ball. He didn't have enough time to process that ball, and he just swung his bat in an attempt to make contact. They made that swing too late, and we saw his wickets fly off.
See that again on replay. Ukasha eventually getting his name as a wicket taker today. Brilliant. Nigeria requires 85 in 50 overs. It's an achievable score. Let's see again. That is the Cricket Lab, the best in West Africa. Shout out to the production team for taking us to that place. Lots of dignitaries are there. And what you are seeing is the man who 2 days ago got a special recognition award as the best sport administrator in year 2025. They call him UNA, but UNA is an acronym for Uyosa Nosawaru Akpata. Thumbs up to you, Mr. President. And I hope your boys can finish strongly today and make it 2 out of 2. Some even said those are the curators. Amazing curators. Did excellently well at Unilag, led by their leader, Nosa Agbonwanegbe. And here, the man from Uganda, Francis Atsega. And look at the match summary. Olipa Gerald, 28 runs from 54 balls he faced. Sohera Richard, 8 for 17 balls he faced. Devansh Patel, 7 runs from 12 balls. And for the bowling, shout out to you, Oladejo Emmanuel, 4 wickets for 13 runs in 10 overs. Onoshagbe Joseph, 3 wickets for 7 runs in 8 overs. And 1 contribution from Abdulaziz Okpeyemi, 1 wicket for 21 in 4 overs. Not also leaving out the man who claimed the final wicket of Ramatan Musa. I'm talking about Ukasha Isiaku. That is how things ended in the first innings. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back for what promises to be an entertaining second innings of the International Cricket Council Under 19 Men's Cricket World Africa Qualifier here at the Tafawa Balewa Cricket Oval. The final game will be back. Thank you very much, everyone.
Hello and welcome back for the chase of our last game here for the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. If you're just joining us, of course, it was earlier Team Nigeria who won the toss. I beg your pardon, Team Uganda who won the toss and decided to have a bat first. Of course, with the disciplined bowling from the junior yellow greens, restricting Team Uganda 84 all out inside 37.5 overs. A little bit of contribution there from the captain, 28 of 54. But the first half is done. We're into the chase now as the junior yellow greens will be needing 85 to register their second win in the tournament. I won't be alone here in the commentary box. I will be joined by a man who comes from Uganda. He's been moving around Lagos. Mr. Dennis Musali, welcome back to the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Bob. Lagos has been Lagosing for the Ugandans because for a team that came here with the hope of going to the World Cup, they now go back and start preparations immediately because they've been relegated to the second division of junior cricket in Africa. And they are staring down the barrel of a second defeat if Nigeria can be able to find 85 runs of 300 balls. The baby cricket cranes have a very high bar because Uganda have qualified for the World Cup 3 times. Therefore, anything short of a World Cup qualification is always deemed as a failed campaign. And you feel that this one here will have some heads rolling when they go back to Kampala. And if the junior yellow greens can be able to pick up a second win, I think they could have done well, but it won't matter because the top 3 positions in the tournament already decided. Tanzania yesterday clinching a maiden appearance at the Under-19 World Cup. They'll be followed by Namibia and Kenya, while Uganda, Sierra Leone and Nigeria have been relegated to the second division of junior cricket in Africa. Maybe Uganda can pull a rabbit out of a hole by picking up a win in this particular game. But you feel that advantage is Nigeria in this run chase.
You had the man out on clear. These two sides will be playing for pride. Who's going to go with the bragging rights is the host team Nigeria and the baby cranes out there in the middle, of course, to open the proceedings with the bat for the junior yellow greens. It's that man Raymond Ali who scored the fastest half century in the first game. Alongside Joseph Anoshabe, shot number 22. The 2 opening batsmen for Team Nigeria. Umpires, of course, standing out there in the middle. Percival Cesaro and Stephen Harris. He has a third man. There's a fine leg for that man, the pace man, opening the bowling for Team Uganda. Musa Majid coming from the Court of Appeal end. He has a slip in play. There's a gully. There's a second slip in play for, of course, that outside edge. Fast ball right on the money from Musa Majid, and again well played by Raymond Ali, the wicketkeeper batsman.
Only yesterday that the team that batted second was able to win a game here, the TBS. The trend had been that whoever bats first wins the game. But yesterday Namibia changing that trend by defeating Kenya. Can Nigeria in the second game also find a win when they are coming from behind?
Into the pads, flicked away. But there's protection in the deep at fine leg. We'll have to wait for that from the umpires. Looks like Team Nigeria is off the mark and running. It's quite an interesting chase. Let's have a look at that on the replay.
Yeah, that kind of bowling that will not get you any wickets, and in a game where you need wickets, that bowling from Musa Majid, he's a senior bowler, but he hasn't impressed at all. He hasn't forced the initiative. From where we are, Bob, you and I, we know players like Neil Goshi from Kenya and Khalid Omari Juma have been very, very good up front as the frontline opening bowlers. They've picked up early wickets and have always been very, very threatening. But Musa Majid starts off with the wides, sometimes no balls. Doesn't inspire the rest of the bowling to try and back him up.
Looks to be very casual indeed. Is Musa Majid. No pace whatsoever in the first 2 deliveries. Talking about Namibia, of course, breaking the shackles of chasing down that target here at the TBS. Soft hands again there from Raymond Ali, trying to hit the deck hard from Musa Majid, chasing almost the similar target as they chased down 83. Is Team Namibia inside 23 overs, winning by 4 wickets, of course. It's not going to be an easy chase, I'll tell you, given the way the pitch has been behaving for the spinners in the first innings. The junior Yellow Greens managed to pick up 7 wickets with their spinners.
And sometimes I wonder where the Ugandans get the confidence for them to try and go against such pops up in the air, but that should be safe. I wonder why Ugandans try and go against such because can see that again on the body there from Musa Majid, but really not threatening very much. If the other team has picked up 7 wickets using spinners, I don't know why you would come out and try and open bowling with medium pacers. It's very important not to repair broken eggs.
Right in the block or run out chance. A little bit of fumble there at covers allows Joseph Onashabe to get back in his crease. And of course, with that dot ball, we come to the end of the first. It is 2-0 Team Nigeria. Gonna be spinner coming in from the pavilion end. Dennis, they might have heard you, or maybe you sent them a message.
But I think that has been the trend for them. Abdullah Abzi are always opening the bowling with Musa Majid, so there's nothing special they've done.
Straight away beats the outside edge. Very good line and length there from Abdulaziz Tandia. He's been very tidy in his bowling. He has a way of breaking partnerships, picking a wicket in his first spell. They would love him, of course, to put Team Nigeria on the back foot.
And I highly doubt that they came into this tournament hoping to count on Abdulaziz Tandia. But it sort of looked like the one who can actually get them anything out with the ball.
And I love the fact that he's learned the art of bowling with the new ball. He has one that skids through, rushing, of course, the batsman. Goes on the back foot, run out chance again. Not sure why that man, Joseph Anoshabe, he's in a hurry. Gotta take your time, young man.
Yeah, Joseph maybe wants to go and watch the Manchester Derby. Doesn't want to wait here for a very long time.
Again, a very good ball there from Abdulaziz Tandia. Spinners who picked up 7 wickets went for only 26 runs. That shows you how good they have been in the first innings.
You can imagine. So terrible from Uganda. I don't think they even deserve to win this game. Such a straightforward chance. One of the senior players on the team.
Full on the occasion from that man, Abdulaziz. Not enough timing from Raymond. I'm not sure that man, Christopher, is going to be watching that drop catch when he gets back home to Uganda. Full again. A tidy over and a maiden to start off proceedings from Abdulaziz Tandia. It is 3-0 after 2.
Yeah, such awareness. Imagine what that wicket could have done for Team Uganda. Bowled up in the slot there from Tandia. Simple, straightforward chance that is put down by Kidega. That's unforgivable at this level. But after 2 overs, Nigeria 3-0 loss.
Back to Musa Majid. Again, when you look at that replay of that drop chance from Christopher Kidega, being one of the experienced players in this side, it shows
even with your eyes closed, Bob, I'm sure you would take it.
Any day, any time. Right on the money from Musa Majid. I was one of the best fielders, Dennis.
Yeah, surely, no doubt. But again, that's a replay. You can see there, right there in the slot. Such a simple chance. But somehow Kidega puts it down. if I'm the captain, I can be so angry with you. I think you just die from just staring at you.
Right on the man again from Musa Majid. Getting some pace and carry out of the wicket up front in his second over.
Yeah, but again, you can just see that sort of bowling, just not very, it's not doing anything. It's not going to get anyone out. And right now, Uganda need to get wickets. Wickets is the only name of the game for them, so maybe they should have gone to Ali Bali Dawa or Gujvan Singh, try and get as much as possible out of the bowling.
Right on the man again. It looks like Team Uganda, they're in for a long day here in this chase. Not threatening deliveries there from Musa Majid. I would love to see him attacking the stumps.
Yeah, exactly. And as long as you're going to do that, you're just delaying the inevitable. Eventually, Nigeria will get over the line, however long it takes. But if you keep picking wickets, then you give yourselves a chance in the game.
Cut away powerfully, not enough timing. There was couple for a quick single at these two. Again, half tracker there from Musa Majid. He gets away with that.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what the plan is here from Uganda, because this is such a short ball. In my days, we'll be picking that from the Tafawa Balewa square.
Trying to hit the day card again. Much better line and length there from that man, shot number 50, Musa. First time he's bowled one that threatens the outside edge. He would love to stick to that line and length if he, of course, wants to pick up a wicket up front in the power play to give his side a very rare chance in this game. Of course, these two sides have been relegated to Division 2. Wide on the occasion from Percival Cesara, the umpire from Zimbabwe.
Yeah, the first time Uganda have been relegated since the qualifier started in 2001. The first qualifier was actually played in Uganda. I remember as a young boy, and that is one of the things that inspired me to play cricket. Players like Endurance Ofem from Nigeria were in that tournament. But of course, the likes of Kenneth Kamioka, Richard Okia as well. Those are some of the guys who really inspired us to take up the game. But since then, Uganda have been part of the elite setup in junior cricket in Africa. But now, quickly, I think they're starting to realize that tables are changing. Teams are leveling up. Everyone is working hard on their game. And I think for me, this is a good thing for African cricket.
Absolutely. And given that Emmanuel Isaneza, the coach of the Baby Cranes, was part of the second World Cup, if I'm not mistaken, tells you, of course, how disappointed he is in his boys. Full on that occasion, straight away. The first time he has gone full, it has paid the price as he draws first blood, is Musa Majid.
Yeah, you can see there the muted celebrations there. And the body language very poor from them. It is like they've given up already. Musa Majid this time attacks the stumps and he gets one to sink under the bat of Joseph. And he picks up a wicket. That's what Uganda need. Need at least 9 good balls for them to get this result. Nigeria 7 for 1.
Very good delivery there from Musa Majid to Ed. Third over, of course, going full on that occasion. No chance whatsoever from that man trying to play a straight ball on the onside and pays the price. 7 for 1 after 3, Team Nigeria. That should be the catch that was put down by Christopher Chideka. Would have been 2 wickets down already if he had held on to that one. But that man, Raymond Ali, of course, was given life on 3. Can he make the Baby Cranes pay? As we see the new man in, Aziz Wariza coming in, joining Raymond Ali. He did his part with the ball. It's now time for him to see if he can build a partnership with the wicketkeeper batsman Raymond Ali up against Tandia. again, Dennis, coming back to that 2001 when Team Uganda played the first Under-19 World Cup. This team that came to play the qualifier here in Lagos, it didn't look like a team which was well prepared to qualify for the World Cup.
Run quickly again. Hidega can't gather the ball first time. The ball keeps following him around. If I was a captain, I would change him. But just to tell you, Bob, that this team's really 2 years of preparation. But like I said, when you travel in other places, that's when you find out that your mother is not the best cook. So that's the advantage of coming into tournaments like this. You realize that other teams are also working very hard, and they are trying to close. The gap has already closed already, because Uganda now is going in the second division. So I think losing is not entirely a bad thing. It just helps you reset and try and do things differently.
Soft hands from Aziz Ruiz, the Newman in. Recess. You had the man loud and clear, Dennis Musali.
Yeah, sometimes when you win, it can paper off, it can cover up some things you're not doing right. But I think losing gives you that reality check that you need to do things differently, because you can't keep doing the same things and expecting different results.
Of course, work hard, especially in the batting department. It's Team Uganda and the coaches Robinson and Emmanuel Isaneza. Into this tournament, I think it was the right choice from them, relying on the captain Olipa Gerald all the time.
Yeah, you're speaking about the coaches, I think in the present, might not be in the future. 4 overs go Nigeria, 8 for 1.
Coming back to your point, Dennis, there. Sometimes you feel it's very unfair for the coaches again. They've done their job 2 years with the side, and then you go on the field, the players drop catches like Christopher Kidega.
Yeah, I know, you're very right. And I think the easy thing to do will be let them go, but I think they're not entirely the problem. Probably even letting them go is just an emotional decision. The easy thing to do is to let them go, but the right thing to do is to think about the whole setup and how you bring through players in that pathway, how you make them better so that it's easy for the coaches and the national teams. All these players come from schools, and that is where you need to put your emphasis before they come to the national team setup.
A friend of mine back in the day said one of the hardest jobs in sports is being a coach. Full again, trying to go for that booming drive is Raymond Ali, who's been kept quiet after facing 15 for his 4 runs. Normally a batsman who loves accelerating. Very aggressive he is.
Yeah, I'm sort of disappointed by Raymond Ali today. He's been so quiet. Usually he would be on 14 of 4 balls, but today is 4 of 14.
Plays this on the back foot again, and that has been a story from the rest of the teams, despite of course Tanzania being outstanding, putting on collective performances. The consistency has been a very major point in these teams. Raymond Ali scored the first half century, but since then he has never gone into double digits.
He has had a lean tournament after that half century. But also for Tanzania, you would say that they've had the same team since 2021. So the boys have gotten some good experience playing together. And ultimately, this was going to be their last chance, each one of them, at a qualifier. And for them to be able to clinch that spot at the World Cup, I think has been the ultimate reward from them. From Division 2, winning the tournament they hosted in Dar es Salaam, and then coming to Lagos and winning each and every game to qualify for the World Cup. That shows some good progression. So meaning that when you come from down there, you sort of come with the momentum. The same group of players keep playing together for a very long time, and you can get rewards for it.
Oh, they go heartbroken are the Tanzanians back in Rwanda. That team of Pasco.
Now imagine that heartbreak came when they're very, very young. They were able to learn from it, go back to Division 2, and then just keep progressing together. So they are reaping the rewards of of staying with the same unit, trusting them. A couple of players went out of the team that played in Dar es Salaam, but the core unit remained the same. And here they are now. They are going to the World Cup.
I love the patience and the calmness in the Tanzanians. Of course, nearly 25 years since their first Under-19 World Cup. They've made sure they came in with a strong side. They've been together for nearly 3 years, making sure they be the first team to qualify to the World Cup. Loud appeal there from Musa Majid, but the umpire says not out, as it looked like it was straying down the leg side.
So it's that investment from TCA, Tanzania Cricket Association, that has got them to the World Cup. You basically reap what you sow, and they've reaped a World Cup place, which should be a very, very good thing. So of the 6 teams that are in this tournament, only one of them hasn't been to the World Cup, Sierra Leone. And I'm sure they will pick some inspiration from what Tanzania has been able to do. 5 overs go 9 for 1 Nigeria.
Back to Tandia, more spinner. Piece the outside edge. Enticing delivery there from the young man. He has a long on fielder for Raymond Ali, who loves taking a shimmy to the spinners. Up and over. That man at covers. Nobody moves, says Raymond Ali as he gets his first boundary. And Team Nigeria are off and running again.
That's a proper dagger through Kidega's heart. Raymond Ali this time finds the gap. That's a check drive from him. Attacks a shorter boundary. He has enough of it to go to the boundary.
Didn't even go through that shot is Raymond Ali. Of course, believing in his abilities of the timing. He was dropped on 3. Looks like he wants to make the Baby Cranes pay for that drop chance earlier on by Christopher Kidega. Full again, up! Over that man again, 1 bounce for 4. Back-to-back boundaries there for Raymond Ali. Taking a liking on Abdul Aziz Tandia's bowling.
Yeah, you can see now Tandia holding his head. Is wondering where to go, where to bowl to Raymond. Back-to-back boundaries for the power player. Width on offer and goes through with the arms. 1 bounce into the fence. Every boundary should be hurting Kidega like a headache.
To see that Olipa Gerard has a deep mid-wicket fielder. And given that Raymond Ali, of course, is very strong on the offside, this is where, again, we spoke about this. Think outside the box as a captain.
Yeah, and because Tandia is misfield there from Gujavan Singh. You can't do that if you scored 84 runs. Hey, sometimes I feel sorry for the coaches of these young boys. Need to coach with a whip.
That's one of the reasons you're here in the commentary box. Full again, left alone by Aziz Wariz. He knows he just needs to make sure his team gets that 67 runs to register their second win. Very expensive there from Abdulaziz Tandia. It is 18 for 1 after 6. That was the first boundary. A check driver over that man at covers that went all the way to the boundary. And the second one being offered width. And it took a liking on that one. 1 bounce for 4. Making sure his team gets closer and closer to that target. It is 18 for 1 after 6. Into the pads, flicked finer. But they will settle for only 1 run at these 2. They keep the scoreboard ticking. They know how this win means to the Nigerians, especially the crowd now is catching up here.
And the crowd are probably disappointed by the game. They thought this could have been a very, very competitive encounter, but only 84 runs in it.
A lot of familiar faces here as we see that man, Richson Tete. Now appeal on that occasion, and he gets the second wicket. Is Musa Majid getting rid of that young man, Aziz Wariza, who goes without damaging the scorers. Picking up their second is the Baby Cranes.
Yeah, Aziz Wari is there trying to run away from the crime of sin, but I think he got something through to the keeper. And Uganda pick their second wicket. Nigeria 19 for 2 after 6.2 overs.
Very guilty there from Aziz, trying to show the umpire that there was some bat on that one.
Because clearly with the height that must have been caught behind, can't be LBW. Can see it on the replay again, and Bobby mentioned it. Just attack those stumps, wicket to wicket bowling will give you some good rewards. And Musa Majid gets one to rush Aziz Warez. It's completely beaten. Percival Cesar raises his finger. Nigeria lose their second wicket.
The captain, Karim Gaffa, who joins Raymond Ali out there, who is still on 14 of 25. Had a very good game against Sierra Leone. He's the captain alongside Boniface, who's out there still padded up. Had a very good partnership. But again, Dennis, we all know chasing down small targets can be very tricky, depending, of course, on the approach you start off the proceedings of the chase.
For me, that's why I was disappointed with Raymond Ali. If he had come out here with a swinging bat, would have put Uganda on the back foot.
Had hands there from Karim Gaffa.
Yeah, Karim Gaffa, the captain. If he can dig in with Raymond Ali, then they should try and remove as much as possible, so that you don't leave too much for the rest of the batting.
There's not rocket science in this chase. I would love to see Karim Gaffa, of course, the captain, leading from the front again. Come out with positive intent. Try and penetrate those gaps. Use the power play. Goes on the back foot. Cut away powerfully straight to that man. Run out chance. He makes a mess of that one. That should have been the third wicket down. It's the terrible fielding from the Ugandans again.
Yeah, but running blind there, Karim Gaffa just struck the ball and decided to hit. Chance for a run out, completely poorly done, but I would say by the keeper, Conrad Ruwama. When you go in front of your stumps, you need to understand where the stumps are, so that you can effect the run out. Yeah, the struggles of Uganda have been everywhere.
Oh, lovely pace there from Musa Majid, and a very good carry straight to the wicket keeper. The way Musa Majid is bowling at that tall lad, Raymond Ali, nothing pitched up for Raymond Ali.
I think he knows that Raymond Ali can launch a couple. So if anything he sees in his hitting arc, he will go after it.
He's already picked up two. He would love to finish on a high. Full on that occasion, flicked. Nobody moves, says again as he gets his third boundary of the chase is Raymond Ali. Doesn't need any sighters.
Yeah, commentators cast. This time he gets full and gets very, very close. Nice and juicy on the pads. Good shot there from Raymond Ali. Just walks the wrist through. He picks up another boundary. That will hurt Uganda. Nigeria now 24 for 2 after 7 overs.
That was a run-out chance. Not the best of accurate throws there from that man at covers. How you feel for the captain? He had done a splendid job there at point. That was struck powerfully. That's the next delivery into the pads, whipped. Very good shot, elegance there from.
Yeah, that's a shot from a man who's very, very confident about his play. As long as he's able to play around the bat. Abdulaziz Tandia will continue from the pavilion end.
Goes on the back foot is the captain, beats the outside edge just straight away. He knows, of course, he has the captain in slips. Olipa Gerald. There's backward point. Interestingly, he has a deep mid wicket once again.
They just need to make sure that he's not trying to bowl. He's not offering any width because the boundary on the offside is so close. As long as you can pierce the gap, you should be able to access the boundary.
Lovely piece of bowling from Abdulaziz Tandia. Not allowing the new man in, the captain, to free his arms. He is very strong. Square the wicket is Karim Gaffer.
Yeah, sometimes Conrad Obama can look sloppy behind the stumps, but for me, it looks very, very good. Looks like a natural keeper. He just needs some work. I think he hasn't been practicing too much, but at least he looks like a very good natural keeper.
Goes on the back foot again. Misses it completely is Karim Gaffer. Trying to overheat it instead of getting his timing right.
And I don't think Karim Gaffer will hit it. The ball is too close for him to cut.
Maiden from Abdulaziz Tandia to end over number 8. It is 24 for 2, Team Nigeria. Looks like it's going to be Ali Balidawa coming in from the Court of Appeal and replacing, of course, Musa Majid after picking up 2 wickets. He has a deep extra cover fielder at the boundary ropes.
Yeah, for Balidawa to ball inside the power play, he will need a lot of protection. But at least the ball is going to the bigger side of the ground. Unless Raymond Ali or Karim Jaffa try and attack the shorter side of the boundary. And then they'll be playing against a spin. It's a good advantage for Balidawa to just take the ball away from Raymond Ali and try and snare him into playing a false shot.
Goes on the back foot, cut away straight to that man at point. Interestingly, look at this field. They have a deep mid-wicket. They have a deep extra cover. Given how Raymond Ali scores against spinners, he loves hitting it down the ground. I would love to see a long one in play.
I think we shouldn't be surprised if we see him taking a shimmy down the wicket. And there will be 2 options. Either he's cleaning it over the boundary or he's walking past one.
He was deceived against Team Tanzania by Laksh, of course, as he walked past one. Half tracker there on that occasion from Balidawa. Someone yelled at Balidawa here at the boundary.
Unbelievable bowling there from Balidawa.
Looks like they have already lost it is Team Uganda.
Yeah, the body language from them is not very, very good. They haven't come out like a team that wants to defend their runs. You batted for yourselves, no one helped you. So those are your runs. Runs on board, runs on board.
Goes on the back foot again is Raymond Ali. Had a chat with, of course, the coach of Team Uganda, Isanez, saying how he wanted his boys to finish strong. By the looks of it, it looks very different from the coach's perspective.
Yeah, there Conrad Luwama doing everything to just make sure he stops the ball. The number 1 basic of a wicket keeper, stop the ball, so he's done that. Can't blame him. But again, running a single in front of a player like Kidega, that's just totally unacceptable.
As a wicket keeper yourself, a former Uganda international, you must be very disappointed in that man, Conrad.
Yeah, I'm a touch disappointed in the quality these days, but maybe things are different.
Normally they say Chinese have taken over the quality nowadays. But with that dot ball, we come to the end of the 9th. It is 26 for 2, Team Nigeria. It is match day 8, game number 15, the last game of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier, live here at TBS into the last over of the power play. Full ball on that occasion, well played by Raymond Ali. He knows they have put that man at long off. And the deep mid wicket fielder in the air quite some time. Run out chance again. Look at that throw there, Dennis. Given 3 lives is Raymond Ali.
You see, the thing about good teams is that they turn half chances into big opportunities. Just poking at the ball, Raymond Ali, and he was sent back by his captain. A good just one bounce throw right on top of the stumps could have gotten rid of him. But the throw was so high. By the time Conrad came down, Raymond Ali had come back into his crease. So even those half chances, Uganda is missing them. Those are signs to show that maybe they've lowered their guard already.
Into the pads, but there's a man, Balidawa, at short leg. To me, that has been the story of the Ugandans in this tournament. They've not looked like a team that was eager to get to that World Cup. Goes for a big sweep shot, loud appeal, but the umpire says not out. Is Stephen Harris.
I've been telling you, Bob, I think one of the problems for them is that a lot of the current generation will be judged by what the past did. So the bar is very, very high for them. Remember when Dar es Salaam together and Uganda finished third in that tournament. But of course everyone was complaining because they finished third. So for them, the only acceptable result is qualifying for the World Cup. But the more things change, the more they remain the same.
Outside edge on that occasion, the ball is running to the boundary. The chase is on by Davesh Patel. Looking for the third one is Karim Gaffer. He takes on the arm of that man in the deep. Very good running between the wickets. Looks to be the junior yellow greens are looking more interested in the win here.
Exactly, but very good work there by Devansh Patel. I think one of the few players who've been very, very interested in the Ugandan camp. Good arm from the captain, Gerald Olipa. And that concludes the end of the power play. 29 for 2, Nigeria. And see, those are the wickets for you that have been able to fall right now. The first one sneaking under the bat of Joseph. Musa Majid claiming both wickets. The other one catch behind to get rid of Aziz Juarez. Ali Balida from the Court of Appeal and will continue to Raymond Ali. Bob departs and I'm joined by Peter. Peter, I'm sure you have a side.
Yeah, the Nigerian team look more composed now. They look more composed. I think they've made a little bit of adjustments in their games coming forward. We've seen Raymond Ali is actually stayed since opening the batting. He stayed on for a pretty good amount of balls. He selected the shots, not blowing everything like he usually likes to do.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Or you'd rather he comes out guns blazing, comes out with the flashing blades? He's a small total. Get rid of it as quickly as possible.
This isn't the kind of game where you want to be all ceremonial. This is in T20. This is an ODI game. And what you do is select your shots.
Ali Balidawa with the wicket.
I talked about selecting shots earlier. Karim Gaffer didn't do that.
Yeah, Karim Gaffer has been trying that a lot of times, trying to cut balls, but when he's not right on top of the ball, when you play away from your body, there's a big chance that you get a feather through to the keeper. And a good catch there from Conrad Luvama. You're going to pick up a 30 for 3.
Yeah, look at that ball again. It was a leg break that was way off. And Gaffer fell for the trap, edging the ball into the gloves of the wicket keeper. And now Nigeria are down another wicket. Raymond Ali, since coming into the batting crease, has seen 3 partnerships broken. None of the batters are complimenting what he's been doing so far.
Yeah, and I hope the wickets don't go to his head. He may think that he's running out of partners. Then he will try and go for some big shots, which will be a problem. That was a run-out opportunity missed by Ugandans. 2 lives so far given to Raymond Ali. Actually 3. There was a chance that was put down. That should be That was the other run-out chance missed. Poor throw from Musa Ramadan doesn't allow the keeper to do the rest of the work. I hope he doesn't make them pay. But 3 wickets down Nigeria in pursuit of only 85.
Ramon Ali spoke to Peculiar, who is the new batter in. And he's going to face the remaining 2 balls in this over from Balidawa.
Does he have any relation to the Peculiar who plays for the female yellow greens?
No, usually here Peculiar is the first name. And that one, the one you're talking about, Peculiar Agboya, that our surname is Agboya. This Peculiar is totally unrelated. They just have 2 similar first names.
Gets one through the gap, Peculiar, to get himself off the mark. So Peculiar is the first name here.
Yes, Dennis.
31 for 3 Nigeria after 11 overs.
And the batting scorecard, Ramon Ali, the opening batter. Currently no out. The wicketkeeper Batman has 23 runs off 40 ball face. Onoshagbe Joseph, who was to pair with him, went out for 2 after 6 balls face. Aziz Waris, who had a very good bowling economy but not so good with batting, went out with 0 runs off 7 balls face. Kamgafa, the captain, got edged and caught behind by the wicketkeeper himself with 1. Egemasi Peculiar Chibuchi is the battle pairing currently with Ramon Ali.
Abdulaziz Tandia into his 6th over already on the trot. Most impressive of the Ugandan bowlers throughout the whole tournament. He's been very tidy and also picked up wickets. Up-ish, and the catch is taken there by Abdulaziz Tandia off his own bowling.
In a lovely cover drive, drove into the cover and the play was over for his first run. And now this was just, I do not understand where he was trying to cut that ball to, but very lovely dive from Abdulaziz.
Yeah.
Went very, very low and forward and made sure that ball didn't touch the ground before touching his hand.
I don't know why the batsman was holding his ground, because that was a clean catch there taken by Abdulaziz Tandia, diving in front to take a difficult chance. Can see that on the replay again, pushing at it, had hands there from Peculiar. Gives a simple catch there to Tandia, who dives in front. And he takes a catch. Nigeria sort of giving it away.
Ramon Ali, I think the most pressured player right now is Ramon Ali, because he seems to be doing fine, but his partnerships don't seem to complimenting him. And it's only a matter of time before he gets frustrated and wants to start eating big and possibly might go out in the process.
That's the thing. That's why we said that you hope that the wickets don't get to his head. He needs to just make sure now you change tactic. You sort of try and own the responsibility of scoring the runs by making sure you're dominating the strike. Don't allow to expose the rest of the bowling. And these wickets now sort of start to give Uganda some hope. Their body language has been off, but you can see with each wicket they keep picking, they're starting to get interested.
Offered the 4 defensive shots, didn't come in contact with the bat, rather the wicketkeeper's glove. Abdul Ghani is the new batter in. He did pretty well against Kenya, not too well in the last game against Sierra Leone, but he's here now. He's pairing up with Ramon Ali.
Make that 31 for 5. Abdulaziz Tandia with 2 wickets in this over. And a very good low taken by the captain, Gerard Olipa. Reaching for it, Abdul Ghania. Reaching for it. Simplest of catches there for Gerard Olipa. Peter, do not cry, because Nigeria now 31 for 5.
I do not understand why they keep falling for the trap. That was a very, very easy trap. You know that ball was going to turn out, and this shot he offered was actually sure to play the ball behind. Look at that ball again. He wasn't moving it straightforward, forward defensive. He had pushed the bat and he had angled out the bat and angled the ball towards the field at first slips. And he has had to pay the price. Another wicket falling and more pressure mounting on Ramon Ali.
Yeah, catching practice there for Gerald Olipa, who takes a good catch. Nigeria were in a good position a while back, but they're now 31 for 5. And as long as Raymond Ali stays away from the strike, that only works in the advantage of Uganda.
Boniface is the new batter in here. Built a partnership with Karim Gafar and the last game against Sierra Leone. And he's here now. He's going to try and build one with Ramon Ali, who isn't liking what he's saying. Being in so far, saying 5 partnerships broken. I think this partnership of Boniface and Ramon Ali is going to determine how this game is going to go on. They need 54 more runs of the next 130 balls. It's looking likely, but it's still looking unlikely as well.
Yeah, and the wickets also now sort of put some bit of pressure on Raymond Ali. Doesn't want to go big. He'll be very, very tentative in his approach. This is when Uganda need to keep striking so that they pick up more wickets. Kenneth Boniface, a big man, is taking some 2 lovely catches here at the TBS. But now, when you bowl, you also have to bat, like AJ says. Uganda putting the wicket again, and a good catch there from Gerald Olipa. That was the first wicket in that over. Abdulaziz and Tandia completing the catching off his own bowling. And then the next one, soft hands from Abdul Ghanea, but just angles the ball into the waiting hands of the captain Gerald Olipa. 31 for 5 is where Nigeria is after 12 overs.
Ramon Ali is now back on strike and he's going to face Balidawa.
Very good decision there from the Ugandans to try and defend against Raymond Ali. Just take him off the strike and then he attack the rest of the batters. So if Raymond Ali falls for it, he will try and hit the sweeper, but he will only get 1 run. That will bring the new batters on strike, and that's when you start to pounce.
It looks like they want to keep him on strike as he isn't ticking yet. They understand the fact that he's going to be under pressure.
That's what I'm saying. That's a sort of trap that Raymond Ali should not fall for. They get him off strike after the second ball, meaning they have an opportunity of bowling at least 4 balls to Kenneth Boniface, who's a new batter, and you see they bring the field up. That's very, very good cricket from the Ugandans. I told you, Peter, that is the problem. Raymond Ali fell for the trap that is exposing the rest of the batting. Kenneth Boniface this time just pokes at the ball and gives a simple catch to the waiting hands of Richard Sohera. You can see the frustration of Raymond Ali, but he needs to know cricket is a game of chess. Everyone is trying to set you up. Do not fall for the trap.
Boniface has had issues, trying to find his spaces. He's not been completing his shot. We've seen him get out twice trying to play the ball above points, which ended up in the hands of points. Now he just played it directly into the hands of covers. I do not understand why, but neither does Ramon Ali. And now another partnership that hasn't even started is broken.
I'll tell you, Peter, for me, I understand why. This is very good cricket from the Ugandans. Very, very simple. Get the man off strike. The one who can score the runs, get him off strike and try and expose the new batters.
Yeah, we could see how frustrated Ramon Ali was. He didn't feel that was necessary.
Let me tell you what they are going to do. Every time Ramon Ali is on strike, they will toss the ball up for him. He will fall for the 1 run, and then he will get his other partners on strike, and that is when Uganda is going to keep striking. Again, Uganda on the attack. Ukasha on strike. Uganda now smell some blood. Tossed up in there. You can see now Uganda is smelling blood and they are going for the kill.
There's so much pressure now. Kasha, who came in with the pace in the first inning, he's actually not going against pace this time, but actually against spin. And he's going to do more than just think with the ball. He's going to now have to think with the bat.
That's why I've told you the responsibility to score the remaining 53 runs is now on Raymond Ali. He will have to find a way. Very unnecessary there from Ali Balidawa. Need to fight into the pads, not outside of stump, because Ukasha clearly tail ender. He's just letting them go. Very good stuff here for Team Uganda. 2 wickets for Ali Balidawa, 2 for 6 in 3 overs. 52 runs is what Nigeria needs. But after losing wickets in clusters, they are a bit in trouble. They are on the back foot. They are 33 for 6. Yeah, those 3 wickets started off there by Abdulaziz Tandia. The catch there taken by the captain Gerald Olipa. Very good attacking positions from the Ugandans. And then falling for the trap, Kenneth Boniface. Simple catch to Richard Sohela. I told you, Peter, Uganda is smelling blood. Because today is the final day of this tournament. You go big or you go home. Even if they are playing for placement, probably finishing fourth sounds better than finishing 5th. Exactly. I told you they are going to toss the ball up for Raymond Ali. And if he's going to fall for the 1 run that you hit to the sweeper, that is where the problems will come.
You know, Namibia broke the jinx here yesterday against Kenya. And I felt Nigeria was going to actually come and complement that. But it seems we're going back to square one. Seeing teams lose in the second inning. Too many follow wickets and still many runs on the board to score.
You're giving up too soon, Peter. Please keep the hope alive. This is Africa. We are very faithful people. Today is a Sunday. So have some faith. 3 balls to Raymond Ali. I want to see if he can be able to calculate the over and pick up a single either on the 5th ball or on the 6th ball.
They successfully managed to clap down the wings of Raymond Ali. He is not even trying to score singles, as I think he's probably afraid of his non-strikers. But I think he built more confidence now. Played that ball towards the long off. Bowler tried to stop the ball. He couldn't, and the run is scored.
And now again, much better there from Raymond Ali. You pick up a single on the 5th ball so that Ukasha is only facing 1 delivery. He doesn't have to manage so many balls. It's a good over there, Abdulaziz Tandia. 7 overs gone for him, 2 for 14. A lot of work to do for the Nigerians to get 51 runs. See that in the batting scorecard for the Nigerians. The Lone Ranger so far is Raymond Ali. 25 from 47 balls for him. But he hasn't had any other good partner. No one else into double-digit figures. Raymond Ali playing a lone hand for now. Nigeria 34 for 6, trying to chase down 85. Doesn't know the plan, Ali Balidawa. When Raymond Ali strikes it like that, you just let it go down to the fielder so that you can allow him to pick the single. Yes, these are some of the small things that you can teach young players on how to be able to make things work instead of just waiting for something to happen.
I couldn't agree more with you on that. Goes big.
And exactly, finally Raymond Ali finds the gap and gets a boundary. If they had let him run single on the first ball, they would have been able to pin down Ukasha on the other side.
I feel they were becoming more confident. Uganda was becoming more confident. And then they felt that Rahman Ali wouldn't, seeing the fall of wickets, he wouldn't want to be in that same category, and then they just wanted to test him with the ball, which had consequences at the end of the day.
Yeah, Raymond Ali will have to play the knock of his life. 29 from 50 balls. How long can he be able to hold himself back without giving a chance?
So much load rested on the shoulders of that young lad right there.
And a poor ball in there from Ali Balidawa. And good stuff there from Raymond Ali. Begins Ukasha will only face one ball.
Seems like the field has already been set up to deal with anything Ukasha might play and goes behind. A run of the last ball, and Ukasha, who faced the last ball in this over, will be on strike for the 16th over, as Nigeria are now on 40 for 6 wickets lost, needing 45 runs of the next 210 balls. Gujivan Singh, another spinner sent in. Uganda are starting to experiment now. They're bringing in new faces. Seems like Rahman Ali is familiar with the old faces, and Yuvraj Singh, first ball to Ushaka Isiaku.
Yeah, maybe they missed the plan. They are realizing that since it is Ukasha who was on strike, they should have just kept Abdulaziz Tandia on to try and attack him, because Abdulaziz Tandia is very, very attacking as a bowler. Because now Gujivan Singh is going to be taking the ball away, and that allows them to knock the ball to extra cover and pick up a single.
It remains to see if Rahman Ali is going to start blowing off this new bowler, or he's going to keep his temperament and see what kind of balls and surprises Singh has to deliver. Temperament it is. He's going to calm down. He's going to stay in his crease.
That's why I'm telling you that you need to think of on your feet, especially if it's a small total. Because if you're trying to get wickets, sometimes leg spin is not very, very attacking, unless it's going to be with some good control. And it's pushed up in the air, but very well played. Kidega comes around to do the cleanup. Chance for a run out, but it's sent back by Ukasha. Very good call as well. Short there from Raymond Ali. That's pushing at the ball. The man who's been given at least 3 chances in the game is now in control of things. And that's the end of the 15th over. 42. Not the end, just one more ball to come. Very well done there by Ukasha. Good stuff. Starting to grow in confidence and make sure he puts on a partnership with Raymond Ali. 42 for 6 Nigeria.
And in the Uganda's bowling scorecard, Musa Majid Ramatan, the opening bowler, has gotten himself 2 wickets alongside Abdulaziz Tandia and Balidawa Ali. Gujivan Singh, which is bowled the last over now, is yet to pick up a wicket. But we'll see if he's going to do that as the game progresses. For now, Ali Balidawa is set his return in to take the ball and spin and try and get a wicket. Ramon goes big, up in the air, lands in no man's land, but a run added to the board for Team Nigeria.
Yeah, but those are the opportunities. Have chances by Raymond Ali, but if you know the sort of wicket that you want, you need to be taking them. You can see the captain calls them back, especially when the strike changes to Okasha.
Goes back to block that ball, edges it behind, but wasn't far enough to add another run to the board for Nigeria. Okasha still stays in strike. Okasha Isaku hasn't been in too long, but looks to build a partnership with Ramon Ali. Tried to play that ball despite the short height of Ali Balidawa. He jumped high enough and held on to that ball. Caught and bowled. Not looking good for Nigeria, and definitely not making Ramon Ali look good. It was a short lane ball that Okasha tried to play above the bowler, didn't put enough lift behind that ball, and has to walk back to this in disappointment. He had gone to play on the back foot, which seemed like a bad idea, and that was the consequence of it. Emmanuel Adejo, who was fantastic with the ball, we have to replicate that with the bat in hand this time. And after that wicket, I would still like to welcome Seun Ajidagba with me. Seun, how are you seeing this game going so far? Is it looking good for Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Peter Oladoshu. Looking at what is required, 42 runs in 199 balls. Current run rate 2.55, and what is required is 1.27. You have to say that Nigeria has got lots of balls to face, and it's a sharp contrast to what they are doing in the batting crease. But when you look at Team Uganda, they will want to work with the wickets, knowing that the number of balls and the number of runs don't really favor them. But what favors them is that wicket.
Starts off slow. That's the last ball. It's the end of the 70th over, but look at that ball again. Goes back. Lovely jump from Ali Balidawa. Reminds me of one I took some years back. Yeah. But I think mine was slightly better. But regardless, it's still another wicket for Team Uganda. And Nigeria's total is 43 for the loss of 7 wickets. They now need 42 runs of the next 198 balls.
The way things are, Nigeria are not in a good place, except there is a partnership that comes from the duo of Emmanuel Oladejo and Ramon Ali. But more importantly, Ramon Ali has been the best batter for this side today, and has been the best batter all through for both innings. Gerard Olipa contributed 28, but he is already on 32. He knows that he should not do anything contrary to what the team expects, which is play out the overs. And I was talking about not doing anything contrary to what the team expects.
The wickets are falling and Nigeria is not running fast enough. That chance was a chance for 2 runs, but they were not quick on their feet, and we have to settle for 1 and sending Emmanuel Oladejo on strike. A very risky situation to put the young kid in. Ramon Ali should know better, and move quicker on his feet and try to be on strike as much as possible.
Gojivan Singh.
Every ball towards Oladijo Emmanuel puts more tension on him as he has to try and see the ball and make sure it's not coming towards his wicket or towards his pads either, as an appeal could see him walk back to the stands.
Misfielding there, breaking communication, but eventually they take a single. I don't want to be in the shoes of Ramon Ali. The hopes of over 200 million Nigerians rest on his shoulder. The team knows if you play out all the over, there's any tendency Nigeria will win.
Into the tail end, as we saw Emmanuel Adejo come in, ball is it has bettered 3 runs in this over. Juvan Singh with the last ball and a dot, and we end the 18th over. Nigeria have 46 on the board after 7 wickets lost.
They need to bat all the way. Oladejo and Ramon Ali need to form a partnership. The same partnership we saw when they were bowling. And when I meant partnership was because when Emmanuel Oladejo was bowling, he needed this man to help him, and I'm talking about Ramon Ali, and that partnership is what we expect now.
Ramon Ali has stepped into fifth ball. He feels comfortable. And drove that ball straight towards long off region. They'll take 1 run, and Ramon Ali is off strike, sending Oladijo Emmanuel on strike. Goes towards the leg side with Ali Balidawa attempting to stop it, couldn't stop it, and Oladijo Emmanuel is now off strike, sending Ramon Ali back on strike. And it's 2 runs off the first 2 balls of the 19th over.
Peter, I'm sure you are not noticing what is happening. The Ugandans set a different field for Emmanuel and set a different field for Ramon Ali. They want to go for 2 with it. Yes, they get it. They open up the field for Ramon Ali, knowing what he can do and what he's capable of doing. And then they set a different field for Emmanuel. All Emmanuel needs to do is to anchor for Ramon Ali.
Yeah, that leg side has been open for quite some time, but they've kept the ball off, and Ramon Ali has not utilized that leg side. He didn't need to, as he scored a run now, adding 1 more run to Nigeria's total. The last 4 balls I've seen runs emitted off each ball, and it's what Nigeria will need as they look to go forward and try to play out the rest of this game.
Emmanuel needs to be very careful, and I'm sure that trying to check the heartbeat, the pulmonary artery and the pulmonary vein of Ramon Ali, the way the heart is beating. If you use an electrocardiogram, the heart is beating so fast whenever he's not facing, and all that is within his head is, I need somebody to please keep his wicket. But after the end of the 19th over, is 51 for loss of 7 wickets. Current run rate is 2.68. Required is 1.10. Means they are overachieving. Oladejo Emmanuel has faced 7 balls and has scored 2 runs. And Ramon Ali has faced 63 and scored 38. Back is Gurjivant Singh. Has a very unique style of bowling. His bowling, I want to compare his bowling with that of Bishnoi. And dignitaries are here, including the Honorable Commissioner for Youth in Lagos, Mobolaji Ogunlende. He just arrived and is in company of Mr. President and Mr. Achiever. The president explaining to him, apparently he has no clear idea of what the game of cricket is all about. I can beat my chest to say he can only spell cricket, but he doesn't understand the game, and that's why Mr. President is taking time to explain to him and how interesting this game is.
It drives it properly and drives it between covers. Oladejo finally gets a boundary, and that kind of partnership that Ramon Ali has needed all along. Wasn't threatening the stumps at all, and he was aware of that, and he offered a proper drive, and it's 4 more runs to Nigeria and more pressure on Ugandan side.
You saw how that ball pierced in between Christopher Kidega and Musa Majid Ramathan, and I listened of the under-19 team to a World Cup. Dennis Amafusale, Christopher Kidega was part of the Ugandan squad that went to the World Cup that they qualified for the very first time when USA and West Indies co-hosted and India defeated South Africa in the final. So he's got a lot of experience.
I think it's high time Uganda start seeing Oladejo Emmanuel as a threat. They've been looking to catch him, but now they will need to actually try and stop him from running. Should I say that as an act of mockery to the bowler, or Oladejo is already confident and having his fun in the crease?
You can't be confident at this level. More importantly, the bowler you are facing has got 6 good balls to bowl. I said it, you can't be confident at this level. That's the commentator's curse. You cannot. I was still talking about the bowler who has got 6 good balls to bowl, and it was quite unfortunate that they had just 2 more balls to bring us to the end of the 20th over, and then we would have gone for water break. But Oladejo decided to say, let me take a walk before the water break.
Yeah, look at that ball again. The field was set for Ramon Ali, and then they decided to give it to Oladejo Emmanuel, who fell for the trap. He had driven a very lovely ball towards 4, and then in the next ball, he didn't drive it low enough and just played it directly into the hands of cover. Look at that ball again. Same shot pattern, but this time the ball was above ground level, and covers did no mistake at all in holding on to that ball. He has to walk back. 8 partnerships Ramon has tried to build. 8 times they've all been broken.
More importantly, this man will say to himself, what do I need to do? I'm trying my best possible. It's just some 11 runs short of half century, but nobody has been able to build partnership. Like I've always said, there's nobody that can do anything in silos. See again on replay some of the highlights, and you can see how wickets were dropping for Nigeria. What we are seeing now just epitomizes what we talk about cricket, that it's a team sport, not an individual sport. And I always liken cricket to one of my best topics in economics, and that is I call it demand and supply. The strikers usually demand and the midfielders to supply, and when you look at joint demand, it means that one cannot work without the other. They work independently, but they work together. A bowler cannot work without the fielders, and a striker cannot work without the non-striker. So the two of them have to bat all the way. You can see the man number 1 still batting from that first period, cutting an animated figure that what is going on. Please look at it. Nobody has gotten into double figures except for Ramon Ali. Shows how poor Nigeria is. Let me even put it into proper context. Ramon Ali has scored 39 runs off 65 balls and included 4 fours. The closest to him is Abdulaziz Oladejo Emmanuel, I beg your pardon, who scored 6 off 10. When you sum it up, 2-1-1-2, it means 4 batters combined have scored 6 runs. The others don't have any run to their credit. This is totally unacceptable. And I listen to Dennis once again. I like to reference him. He says sometimes you can just feel for these coaches who cannot get into the middle to go and bat. What else does this team need? Look at what is required. They are overachieving, but then the ability to stay in the batting crease and keep their wicket and guide it jealously is what they are not doing, and that's what Team Uganda will be working with.
Poyemi, the opening bowler for Nigeria, has been sent in as batting number 10. He gave out a couple free runs, but Yuvraj Singh did not give him any run of this last ball. And wrapping up the 20th over, Nigeria has 56 for 8 wickets lost.
They need 29 runs in 180 balls. In case you are not listening to me, 29 in 180 balls. It is evidently clear. I'm sure these batters understand the brief, but when they get into the batting crease, it's a different thing entirely. Nigeria would love to finish on a high, at least win back-to-back games, but more importantly, win against the second rated team at this tournament, Uganda, behind Namibia prior to the commencement of this competition. But things have changed. Both are going to Division 2. But then this is more like bragging rights. You win this, you finish in 4th, and then you say, oh, I won 2 out of 5 matches.
Confidence seems to be driven from Ramon Ali. So here Richard is bowling his first over. I think that first ball was an easy ball for Ramon Ali, but he's lost all confidence, and he is just going to try and stay as long as possible, and hopefully he might be put to doubt and build a partnership.
As much as Ramon Ali is doing well with the bat, scoring 40 runs, one area that I have an issue is this attitude when he's batting. It makes it look like there's nothing. At this stage, what it should be in his head is, let me be facing all the balls because I can't trust the other end.
Pace bowler meets spin bowler. That is the case right now of Abdulaziz Anokoyemi. He saw that late on, reacted in time, and took his bat away after realizing that ball was in no way threatening the stumps. Threatens the stump this time and dealt with properly. Koyemi runs to the off-strike position and sends Ramon Ali on strike.
For Nigeria to win this game, a lot is dependent on this young man, Ramon Ali. In his first game was his best game, where he scored 54 before he lost his wicket. No run there at that slip area. You want to say, fine. The man is playing what he feels would get Nigeria over the line. That was the man they were aiming at. And Gojivan Singh might have not done well with the bat when he was batting, But this that he has done for Team Uganda, they would appreciate it so much. See that again on replay.
Ramon Ali has been going back on his back foot far too long. And I think it was just a matter of time before, like I said, it's just going to be a matter of time before he actually lost his wicket. Look at that ball. He allowed the ball get too close to him before reacting with a shot. And there was no way that ball was going to travel far. And unluckily for him, the fielder was placed just for that type of situation. And he fell for that trap. And now Nigeria are down to their very last wicket.
Well, some of the things you love to see. The volunteers, I don't know what they were doing. Were they praying? Or what are they doing? Just having fun? Let me just quickly say this.
Well, what a game we've had here at the TBS Oval. I must say, both teams haven't played some very good cricket. Again, not very, very sure between the running between the wickets. But I'm joined by Egosa in the commentary box. Heartbroken because Nigeria is on the losing end. What are your thoughts?
The Team Nigerian batters this afternoon have not been to expectation, as the crowd here at the Tafawa Balewa Square have been rooting for the win in this particular encounter going into the final day. Disappointment from the fans here at the Tafawa Balewa Square. As this runs was looking so achievable at the beginning. Not plenty of runs have been scored here today. Just 2 double figures from the batters. Olipa Gerard from the first inning scored double figures was the only batter who scored double figures this morning at this ground. For the second inning, just 1 double figure too, the man of Amonale, who just went out. Team Nigeria will be looking at building this partnership just like in the 2018 Under-19 World Cup qualifiers, where they moved from 89 for 9 to 166 for the loss of 10 wickets. The partnership in 2018 between Segun Ogudipe and Ifeanyi Ubo, can it be replicated by the 2-man in Abdulaziz, Opeyemi and Oboy Unity?
Yeah, the Nigerian fans are hoping for some deja vu, but you can see the Ugandans already dancing and they're around the birthday of Unity. They're trying to make sure they pick up this final wicket. Big effort for this the 10th wicket, because they need 26 runs, so many balls. But it's just 1 ball that could be able to clinch the result for Uganda. And the Nigerian batters need a lot of blows for them to get the result. 59 for 9 after 22 overs. That's a batting scorecard for Nigeria.
The batting scorecard for Nigeria so far, the only double figures for the Team Nigerian side. The most outstanding performance this afternoon has been Ramon Ali, the wicketkeeper of the side. He scored 40 runs off 69. The man, Soewa Richard, back from the Court of Appeal end. And it's a dot ball to the man who's played his first game today for the side, Abdulaziz Opeyemi.
Poor ball there from Sohela. And Balidawa will not catch up with it because it reaches the boundary. 4 valuable runs for Team Nigeria.
Wonderful shot there by the man Opeyemi Abdulaziz, bringing Team Nigeria required runs to 22. Team Nigeria will require 22 runs off a 166 ball with 1 wicket in hand. Look so achievable, but the Team Uganda side, as this is a clash of pride this afternoon. punched out 2 points for no run. Abdulaziz Opeyemi trying to create a good partnership with Ogbo Unity to see how they can get the required 22 this afternoon rather. And it's a dot ball there again from Sahara Richard.
Yeah, for a second, Uganda didn't look interested in the beginning. Their body language was poor. But now after picking up a couple of wickets, they're really into the game. 22 runs is what Nigeria needs. Uganda needs just 1 wicket for them to clinch the victory. But this game, not with so much contest. You see 22 runs from 163 balls. Whoever wins this game will finish in 4th position. And the other will finish in 5th. But the reward is the same for the both of them because all the 3 teams will be going down. Uganda, Sierra Leone and Nigeria will be dropping down to the 2nd division. But Gujvan Singh will continue from the pavilion end.
Gujvan Singh to Ogbo Unity. It's punched down back to the bowler for no one.
If I was Unity and Abdulaziz, I would back myself. If I see a ball in my hitting arc, I'll go after it. Oh, gets 1 through. Very well played there by Unity. We'll get at least 2 valuable runs. So 20 required.
An opportunity for the both men in there for the Nigerian side to become heroes this afternoon. And that's a strike from Ogbo Unity down to 3rd man where they picked up 2, moving their required run to 20. Ogbo Unity is still on strike, and they try to take that out. They miss. You can see his partner Opeyemi telling him to push and slow things down as they still have a lot of balls this afternoon to get their required 20. You've seen to Unity Ogbo punch down to mid-wicket, to short mid-wicket. Ogbo Unity looking like the hero for the Nigerian side this afternoon.
Oh, everyone goes a beautiful ball in there from Gujvan Singh. Unity beaten all hands up, but there is nothing on it. Desperate appeal from the Ugandans. They just need that 1 wicket, but beautiful there from Gujvan. That's more like it from the Ugandans. Good attitude from them, but they are still searching for that final wicket that will give them the victory. 65 for 9 is where Nigeria is. They need 20 runs from so many balls. And Abdulaziz Tandia is back into the attack from the Court of Appeal end. I think Abdulaziz is a very good option for now. He's a very good attacking bowler. I don't know why they've been holding him back for a very long time. If they wanted to wrap the game up, he would have been the best option for me.
You said earlier today that the Team Uganda should take spins as their essential tool for this defense for these 88 runs. I think by this time they should introduce their pacers to finish things off as it's number 10 and 11 in there at the middle. What do you think?
Not a bad plan. Thought about it as well because they're looking very comfortable, Unity and Abdulaziz. So maybe pick up 2 runs, make it 18 runs required for the win. Maybe they could be thinking about Musa Majid right now, who does so well, to come and do the cleanup. Uganda now trying to defend again instead of attacking.
Uganda bowlers keep asking questions as Opeyemi Abdulaziz has missed that. The Nigerian side will require another 18 runs with just 1 wicket in hand. Abdulaziz Opeyemi picked up 1 wicket earlier. He's left that for the wicket keeper. He's not going to buy that this time.
18 runs from so many balls and 1 wicket. What would you rather have?
At this point, you have to leave the one that's not coming towards your stump. Still another dot ball for the Uganda. Team Nigerian side and the Nigerian dugouts will be looking for a miracle this time.
Should never have been in this position before, but a poor passage of play from the batters really put them in a very, very poor position. Not so many runs, and then some rush shots got them in this position. Uganda were never in it in the beginning, but a good over there from Tandia just gave away 2 runs. Still 18 runs required for Nigeria, 67 for 9 after 25 overs.
Team Nigerian batters are there at the middle, discussing plans on how to finish things off. The partnership so far for the Nigerian side, the highest partnership today has been the one between Ramon Ali and Oladejo Emmanuel. 13 runs off 18 balls. This partnership between these two men in number 10 and 11 have produced 9 runs so far. What do you reckon about this partnership? With a sign coming from the pavilion end to Ogbo Unity. There's no one there. Ogbo Unity scored 2 runs off just 12 balls. Taking things slowly for the Nigerian side. Is that an opportunity? The umpire is not interested. Tension for the young man at the middle, Ogbo Unity.
Yeah, a lot of tension, a lot of pressure on this tail to just try and see off the game. But I'll tell you, whichever way it ends, there will be heartbreak for someone, because with each and every passing run, Nigerians seem to be getting closer. But the Ugandans also 1 wicket away.
The Nigerian side are always closer. Their first game against Namibia was closer also. The wicketkeeper batter, Ramon Ali, gave them some hope on that day. You've assigned to Opeyemi. There's 2 more balls left for the 26th over.
Poor ball in there from Gujvan Singh. That will not get you a wicket. Like you mentioned, maybe they should go back to one of the medium pacers and see if they can get that final wicket.
I think the Uganda side needs to go for their pacers right now, because the Nigerian batters are both comfortable this afternoon with the spin bowling. The partnership between this number 10 and 11 have produced 10 runs in 30 balls. You are looking so confident now with the spinners. If the Uganda side should continue with the spin, I think it should be positive for the Nigerian side. The Uganda side will come again from the Court of Appeal end with the spinner also. The man on strike for the Nigerian side, Ogbo Unity. Scott TV off 14 ball. As Team Nigeria will require another 17 runs in 144 balls. Coming from the Court of Appeal end. So here Richard to Ogbo Unity. Jump back to the bowler.
It's starting to look like a blockathon here for Unity. But he needs to know that he also has to score runs. He can't block everything. He needs to find a way of scoring the required 17 runs.
No one there. The Nigerian batter trying to stable things out there at the middle as they require another 70 runs in 141 balls. You see, the Uganda bowlers, Abdulaziz Tandia, keep asking questions. Unity dropping it down in front of the bowlers, said he's not interested.
Yeah, you can hear the Nigerian fans all cheering for the dot balls. Thinking that something disastrous is going to strike, something like a run out.
But the bowler has changed and it's coming from around this time. No. Unity of boy showing responsibility in the middle.
Yeah, Abdulaziz Tandi has changed his angle to try and attack more of Unity. Maiden over from Unity has blocked everything. I don't know if they know Abdulaziz Tandi has one more over to go. He's picked up 2 for 16. 17 runs is still what the Nigerians need.
17 runs for the Nigerian side, still a lot as they have just 1 wicket in hand. Uganda side still come up with spin from the pavilion end, which you can sign. The man on strike, Abdulaziz Opeyemi.
Gujvan Singh into his 7th over. Up in the air, but that should land safely. The first shot of intent there in a while from Abdulaziz. Short ball from Gujvan Singh. So 16 runs is what Nigeria need.
60 runs by the Nigerian batters. But the spin from the Uganda side have been so tight this afternoon. This is an opportunity for the win. Oh yes! And that is victory. Victory by the Uganda side as they pick up their second victory in the ongoing ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup qualifiers. So we meant 4th position at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, that's what they say, that bowlers get you close. Trying to go big there finally. Getting tired of the blockers on Unity. Trying to go big, but a very good catch there from Devansh Patel, who had to run around and dive in front and take the catch. That wraps up the victory for the Ugandans. Not that both teams deserve to win. Not a very good display of cricket here at the TBS Oval on the final day of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa qualifier. But Uganda will pick up the result and finish in 4th position. They defeat the hosts by 16 runs. Nigeria failing to chase down 85 runs. They are bowled out for 69. And Uganda will get a result that will sort of lift up their spirits. But they very well know that they didn't come here to finish in 4th position. And the result doesn't help matters because they'll still go down with Nigeria and Sierra Leone, the teams that have finished among the bottom 3, while the top 3 teams maintain themselves in Division 1. But yesterday, Tanzania wrapped up everything by finishing the tournament unbeaten and qualifying for the 2026 Under-19 World Cup that will be co-hosted by Zambia. And see the highlights again of the game. The wickets starting off there. Musa Majid with the first wicket. Got one to go through the batter. That was the first. He picked up the second wicket as well. Caught behind Abdul Warez Aziz, caught behind. Percival Cesar raising in finger. But it's the spin combination that really has done the work for Uganda. The spinners combining for 8 wickets today. In the first innings, the Nigerian spinners picking up 7 wickets. And in the second innings, the Ugandan spinners picking up 8 wickets amongst themselves. But the pick of them all must be that young man, Abdulaziz Tandia, who picked up 2 quick wickets that sort of started, which was a sliding door moment for Uganda to start to believe that he can be able to get a result. He did put on an effort, Raymond Ali, at the top of the order, but he was running out of the partners. He's 40, the standout figure at the top of the order. The rest of the batting collapsing all around him. And once Uganda made some good inroads into the tail, Gujvan Singh was able to wrap up the rest of the batting to ensure that Uganda pick up a second win in this particular tournament.
Disappointment all over the face of the fans of the Nigerian side, as they were not expecting such a poor performance from the boys. The Ugandan side have been exceptional in the field today. picked up quite a lot of difficult catches in the second innings. Top batting efforts from the Uganda side. The skipper of the side, Olipa Gerard, scored 28 off 54 balls, followed by his man Soheba Richards, 8 runs off 17 balls, and Devansh Patel, 7 off 12.
Yeah, I think that will be the summary of things here on the final day of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. Only one game today, Uganda taking on Nigeria, and Uganda picking up a consolation win for them. They are second in the tournament, to follow it up with the game they won against Sierra Leone. Uganda only 84 all out, and then Nigeria only managing 69 all out in inside 28 overs. Not a good display of cricket, I'll tell you, from the both teams, but at the end of the day we had to have a win, and Uganda picking up the win by 15 runs. And that will conclude proceedings here in Lagos, Nigeria. It's been a wonderful tournament. The future stars of Ugandan cricket, of African cricket on display. Tanzania standing out from all the 6 nations and going on to represent the rest of Africa at the World Cup. Their first time, their maiden appearance at the Under-19 World Cup. Should be exciting times, but they know the rest of Africa will be supporting them when they go to Zimbabwe and Namibia next year to represent the rest of Africa. Namibia finished second, picked up 4 wins out of 5. They were followed up by Kenya, who were able to pick up 3 wins out of their 5. Uganda in 4th, Nigeria the host in 5th, and Sierra Leone in 6th position, the only team not to win a game throughout the whole tournament. But it has been a very wonderful experience, very well hosted by the Nigerian Cricket Federation and also ICC Africa, giving the youngsters an opportunity to show what they can do. But I've had a wonderful experience in the commentary box with the voices of Bob Bashir Songa from Rwanda, Peter, AJ, Sean, and Ajedo, who've been giving you the lovely commentary for all the games that have been happening here at the TBS Oval, as well as our producer Adebayo, who has done a wonderful job to bring you these lovely images here at the TBS Oval. We'll take a very short break, but we'll be back with the final post-match presentation from the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier.
Welcome to the post-match presentation of the International Cricket Council 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. The final game, match 15, was between Uganda and Nigeria. Uganda winning Nigeria by 15 runs. And this juncture, the captain of Nigeria, Karim Gafar. Gafar, prior to this game, it was more of bragging rights, knowing that both teams are going down to Division 2. What went wrong? You needed 85 in 300 balls, but eventually fell short.
Yes, I think the wicket on, but the kind of approach we was like we were not trying to occupy this and staying longer, and that's cost us the game.
Talking about costing us, nobody could compliment the efforts of Ramon Ali, who scored 40. Nobody got into double figures. Was that where you people got it wrong?
I think Ramon did very well, tried to stay along, but no one could back it.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best in Division 2.
Yes, and I would like to thank NCF Cricket Federation, and I would like to thank the fans for coming out and support us. Thank you very much. We give our best, but it wasn't enough. I would like to thank you guys once again. Thank you very much.
Well, you just heard from the captain, Karim Gafar, thanking everybody. But that thank you, is he accepted? That remains captain of Uganda. Olipa, you might have won by 15 runs, but by all standard, this is a below par performance from Team Uganda.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank the Nigeria Cricket Federation for hosting us. I want to thank the groundsmen, the media, everyone who helped us play the tournament. And for the first innings, I think the batsmen didn't take the responsibility after we had a good start in the first 10 overs. I think just playing according to the situation is more needed, and we'll take it back home and hopefully we get well in the Division 2.
I wish you all the best, Gerard Olipa.
Thank you.
Well, you just heard from Gerard Olipa. Talking about take it off from here. But ladies and gentlemen, for the player of the match presentation, you have to say, without data, you going nowhere. And we want to say big thanks to one of our big sponsors, SpectraNet, for providing us quality internet uninterrupted. And we know that going forward, a very wonderful partnership. The kind of partnership Nigeria could not have in the batting crease. But thank you to SpectraNet for doing this. At this juncture, may I call on the Chief Operating Officer of SpectraNet, Amrish Singhal, to help me do the presentation to the player of the match, Balida. Pick it up. Much. Amrish Singhal, Chief Operating Officer of SpectraNet. May I now talk to Ali Balidawa. Congratulations for winning your second player of the match.
Just for today, I had that belief that we scored a low score, but we had to defend it, and I had that self-motivation that we can do it.
Talking about you doing it finally, you are the only player in Uganda that won back-to-back player of the match against Sierra Leone and against Nigeria. Is that personal achievement for you?
Yeah, to my side it's a personal achievement because it improves on my career of the cricket and the exposure.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you just heard from Balidawa. You just heard from Ali Balidawa, feeling excited, winning the player of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, with this post-match presentation that has brought us to the end of a very successful International Cricket Council Under 19 Men's World Cup Africa Qualifier. Any team the 8th of this interesting competition My name is Shawajidagba. Adios amigos. Gracias. Obrigado. Siabonga. Danke. Messi. Bye. And all the best to Tanzania.